want to get a news update, my brother Tunto Spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia Tunto Spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just Tunto Spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. Kilibamba, what I want? Yes, what you bad today? Yes, what you bad today? Beseku. Bada. Skidibidi dabado.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just Tunto Spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just Tunto Spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother Tunto Spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia Tunto Spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just Tunto Spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother Tunto Spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon radio, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. You wanna get a news update, Tunto Spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you bad today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you bad today?
Spoon
bada 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 bada. Skibidi bidi da bado. Kua 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 kua. Bese kua 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 kudileo. Kua kua kudileo. Yes, I
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia.
Monrovia,
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
Africa.
Just to spoon you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening.
Okay, what a way to welcome you to another program. Of course, this is Spoon Talk. This is Liberia's premier talk show on radio and online. This is where we get to talk about all of the major happenings. Of course, you get to interact with the newsmakers. Right here on the Spoon Talk, the newsmakers get to break the news. Of course, this is why this platform has turned out to be Liberia's biggest, where Liberians from across the world get to gather every single day to get authentic information about all of the major happenings across the country. I'd like to say welcome to Spoon Talk. We are here again live on Spoon 107.5 FM. We are live on Fabric 101.1 FM. We're live on Super 95.5 FM, and we are also live on several radio stations across the country. We're live on Premium FM in Bangabong County. We're live on Trust FM in Bomi County. Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County, and a host of other radio stations across the country that relays this program even without telling us, and we sincerely appreciate them for being a part of this journey. So welcome again. My name is Nelson Colette on this edition of the program. Of course, the CEO and the rest of the team will be coming up shortly to kickstart yet another fascinating edition of the program, Spoon Talk. But as we do usually, we'll open the lines shortly to afford you the opportunity to talk about the different issues that are of concern to you. And the important aspect of this whole segment is that it provides you the time to talk about those issues that are affecting you. I mean, those very issues that doesn't get to make it on the agenda, the plate for discussion. You get to talk about those issues, expressing your concerns on those different issues. So I'd like to say welcome again. But just before moving on to open the lines for you to do that, let me just bring you up to speed, talking about some of the training issues in the country today. Well, lots of happenings, but just a few. And the CEO and the rest of the team will be diving into some of those happenings. They will be bringing more details on them. But just to kick the ball rolling, the first one has to do with Liberia's mega star, a superstar, a well-known artist throughout Liberia and beyond. Of course, an award-winning artist, Teddy Rod, was there was a report on him today with some allegations of his involvement in power theft. He spoke to the media, Spoon Network specifically, after the news was broken. After an interview with the Power Theft team, he was able to come up to say that he didn't do what they were accusing him of. Of course, Teddy Wright later had a meeting with the head of the Power Theft team, Madam Mary Broad, and there were some very important issues that were discussed in that at that meeting today. I'm going to leave you in suspense with this one because the CEO and the rest of the team will be bringing you more details on that. What happened after the meeting? What exactly did Madam Mary Broad, the head of the Power Theft team, and the Liberian superstar, this award-winning artist, what did they discuss? What turned out? What the outcome of the meeting was? And a lot more. They'll be talking about that. Of course, Teddy Rye will be making an appearance. Madam Mary Broad, I understand, will be connected via the phone lines. She's going to be giving some details on that as well here this evening. All right, so that is that. And then moving quickly to other happenings. Of course, a lot of you have followed the social media and the happenings, especially when this whole news or this whole campaign about Prophet Keys' interest in the cultural ambassador position, everything came up, and at a point there was some back and forth. Um, he, did some broadcast addressing the current cultural ambassador, Madam Julie Andy, which didn't sit well with her. And then she decided to file a lawsuit. Of course, information is that she has filed some 5 million lawsuit against him. And of course, that is something that is going to be taken. We're going to watch how it turns out, how it's going to play it within the coming days. Of course, she has filed a lawsuit against him. And yes, Liberians can only watch from a distance to see how this goes. Of course, with the coming into force of the KAK Act, of course, on free speech, and even the constitutional provision that talks about freedom of speech, freedom of expression. But again, the responsibility that goes with freedom of speech or freedom of expression is another thing. Well, the KAK decriminalizes free speech. So free speech is no longer a criminal offense. But how is this going to play out? Well, that's something that Liberians are waiting and watching eagerly to see for the coming days. Well, that's another aspect, and lots of other happenings in the country. Well, you will get to receive those updates as we move on, and information will keep filtering in. There were new appointments made today as well by the newly elected Senate Pro Tem, Madam the Senator Yomli Kanga Lawrence. All right, there was a new appointment. There were some new appointments made today on several committees. Who are those that were appointed? What are the committees that they were appointed on? Well, the team again will give you more details on that. I don't want to jump the gun, but I tell you, these are some of the happenings here. And again, welcome to this edition of Spoon Talk. This edition is heavily loaded. So all you have to do is to share the program as you come on. Get glued to your radio. If you need to charge your radio battery, charge your battery now. Yes, share the program. Follow us on all of the social media platforms. We're streaming live right now on YouTube. We're there at Spoon Talk Live. We're also live right now on Facebook. And for Facebook, we are live on Spoon TV. We are live on Fabric TV, and we are live on Super TV. All right, and that's for Facebook. So we want to say welcome to all of you. So the lawsuit, as you know, free let's say the issue that has to do with the exercise of one's free speech or the freedom of expression was decriminalized through the KAK Act. So the lawsuit that was filed is not a criminal suit. It is rather an action of slander filed before the civil law court for 5 million USD in damages against the cultural ambassador Judy Andy. So the lawsuit has been filed. She filed the lawsuit against Prophet Key, thanks to Councillor Jerry, for providing these pieces of information as well. So yeah, hopefully we'll connect with him and we get more information from the legal perspective as well as it goes on here. So Liberians are watching to see how this goes. Of course, free speech is something that almost everyone is concerned about. Yeah, I got my right. I got to say what I want to say. But how do we go about doing that is something that most times we get questioned about. All right. So again, welcome to the show. We're here tonight. The Spoon Talk is back on your radio. Tell someone to tell another someone to tell another person that Spoon Talk is back on your radio. I'm Nelson Colette. Let's go ahead now and start to take your calls. Let's start to take your calls now. You can call us up on 088 sorry 0555 101075 0555 101075 0555 101075, or you can also call us on the WhatsApp number that's pinned right on the screen here, and you'll be live on the program as well. Let's see if we can get this WhatsApp line. Okay, the WhatsApp number is up there, and you can call in and yeah, so this is where we are. Of course, we're gonna move ahead now and take your calls this evening on the program. Well, the number is pinned there on the screen. I see a lot of you now trying to call in. So I'm not going any further on this case. Oh. I'm not a legal person. I'm just here to provide some pieces of information. The way the information is, that's how we provide it. And um thanks to Councillor Jeremiah Samuel Dugwe for providing some information on this. And as we go on, you will get more details on all of this. All right. So Bill Carson, thanks for joining us. Thanks to all of you, Solomon Moses, yes, David, and all of you who have joined us today. Let me take our first call here on the line. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Yeah, hi. Nice name. This is Beautiful Everybody.
Okay. It's good to have you.
Yeah, my talk. Good. My talk. I just wanted to let the person is let you say my broadcast.
Okay.
You should watch those that came from Georgia government and like they implant them in the government. So you should really be careful and check on the guys that getting the top position in his government.
Okay.
Because it looked like they planted a seed in the government. So, yes, that's how it sound like. And this guy never do the guy that are coming in, getting this top position. They destroy Georgia government. They did not help the country.
Okay.
So Joseph Bagai have to be.
He needs to be careful.
Like, be careful, yes, and watch their movement and the position they're holding.
Okay.
He should get some white people there to check what are they doing, what kind of information they're passing through, or what they don't just be, watch them.
Thank
they
you.
will not just sit and they take it for all of friendship.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
But it's seed that planted in his government, so you should be careful.
Thanks a lot. We appreciate your contribution. Let's take another person. What's on your mind? What is that issue you want to talk about? And you be live on the show. Let's talk to this person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from?
Good evening.
Yes, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Yeah, my name is Mo Bobo calling from Coca-Cola Factory, district number 2.
Okay, go ahead. Let's hear you, sir.
You know, my talking point going to our people in Bonka there. You know, my sympathy, all my total family them there. Our people, your leading people say, our own mother, not be about us. Someone they criticize someone that went to help us because something happened to us there. They meant our president. They may not take power because someone see the money in jail. You man that man see.
Okay.
Your man that man our brother there with no matter how he saw it, you're just leave.
Thank you,
You
sir.
in Bonka, my people.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Let's take another person here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you're calling from?
Good evening.
Yes, let's hear you.
Thank you. Let me say a pleasant good evening to Liberians following the show. I joined the conversation from District 4, and this is the voice of Akwe Ebue Senior. What some this evening has to do with what has happened recently in the two houses at the House of Legislature. The previous caller, I think the madam who left the line, she's very good. There are many citizens who have said they want CDC to take over the speakership and that of the deputy speakership to balance government. But some of us, we are looking at it differently. I say this to say, these guys, they were so anxious for this position as if when there is a unity partisan who on this position will not still have a balanced government. So,
but don't you think you're crying? You're crying over spilled milk already because this thing is done.
Yes, it's done.
It's gone. Unity Party lost the 2 seats already.
Yeah.
Don't you think you're crying over spilled milk?
It's no problem. It is, and that was an electoral process. And
Okay.
indeed, the person who was elected must be given the mantle. But what we are seeing here, in short, if these people they are fighting for this position that they have won, let them work in the interest of the people.
Thank you, sir.
The president-elect, he has said it times without number. His government is government of inclusion.
Thank you.
Those are coming on board, they must always work in the interest
Let's
of
leave you
our
there, sir,
people.
and take another person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Yeah, my name is Ryan. I call from Minnesota.
Yeah, Ryan.
You
Can you turn down the volume of your gadget? Whatever. Wow, it's terrible, right? Can you turn down the volume in the background? It's terrible.
Yeah, it's better now. I think when it's on the television, it's better.
Okay, go ahead, sir. You're live. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, my concern have to do with 2 issues. Which one of them is regular? As you know, my recommendation to the president concerning Dr. Richardson and Duadu.
Okay.
That the president shouldn't forget about those 2 individuals. They are qualified Liberian. On the way they express things, I believe they can make contribution to his government.
But this advocacy for Mr. Dualu and Dr. Richardson to be included in the Unity Party government. Have you consulted the 2 individuals? Have they consented to this plea, or have you heard from them? With respect to where they stand.
They are going to accept it. They are going to accept it because from the way they speak things, I believe they can contribute to the society, to the voters. So they are going to accept it.
By fire, by force, they will accept it.
Yeah. And my second concern had to do with Honorable Yaka Kaluba.
Okay.
I'm a follower of Honorable Yaka Kaluba. I love him so much, but I'm advising the president-elect to forget about Honorable Yaka Kaluba, sending people after him, like what the CDC government do. No, because I know the strategy this guy is using. He don't want his family to come back to Liberia. He just want to be around those small things. I'll start there for now. Thank you.
I mean, I don't want you to turn by heavy for my mom. That long because there. But thank you. That's your view. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, you're live.
Hey, Nelson, hello. My name is Uncle George. I'm calling you from Las Vegas. Nelson, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm great. Uncle George, it's great to have you on the show. What's on your mind, sir?
Thank you so much, man. Listen, son. The other day you guys were discussing about the Capitol building, and I heard you guys saying that about the past 6 years, there's no water in the building. Is that true?
Yeah, the building is faced with some sanitation issues.
Okay, now.
Pipe-borne water is yeah. There are some issues with that. Yeah.
Okay, I heard them saying that all the representative senator, when they want to use the bathroom, picnic or thing to park behind some container. Is that what is going on over there?
Let me say it this way. You say anything too raw, but let me say it this way. Let me say it this way.
Okay.
So
okay.
Yeah, most time the public bathrooms. Remember, they are those public latrine facilities there, and there are those that belong to the lawmakers, like in their offices and so forth. So for the ones that are for the lawmakers exclusively for their offices, they manage to get water in the jerry cans. We call it container. You know, they get water and the guys they pay for it, and the guys carry it there. But the public latrine facilities are the ones that are mainly faced with those issues. So most times, visitors who do not have access to the lawmakers' own, facilities, they resort to going behind the containers and stuff like that. Yeah, that's what the situation is.
Okay, Nelson, thank you so much. This is what on my mind to really tell you. You guys are the featured leader of Liberia. For you are one of the rising stars in Liberia when it comes to broadcasting. Please, I'm going to be this platform. Because if you see Liberia, they said it was so dirty, people are trying to clean it because when they said when the fish can get rotting from the head. That Capitol building is where they make laws from. If the place cannot be how they call it, clean, don't put it that way. It can't be clean when it comes to our representative, senator, this kind of thing going on there. And I want to challenge you all the young people. You all discuss this thing on your show. And you all make sure that this thing should be taken care of. This is Liberia, man.
Thank you, man. Amen. Thank you.
I beg you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Can you do that for me?
Thank you, sir.
I can only write the call. You take, the army of people the lawmaker, all people passing around, they talking politics, and they living in that kind of condition. They go people behind the horse, oh my God.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I can feel how passionate you are, especially talking about this, but I appreciate your view. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you too. Thank you for what you're doing. Continue doing what you're doing. We're watching you. The sky is your limit.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Dwalu, welcome to the show, sir.
Mr. Clay, what's going on, man? How's everything?
Yeah, I'm doing well. It's
talking about what dirty legislature, huh?
Yeah.
I got a story about that place. When I tell you the story, you won't believe it. That dirty, let's start here now. How far back as Ellington, we have problem with the bathrooms over there. But y'all hello over there. That small snow we got up here. We've been up and down. It's here Liberia hot. I wish I could package some of this snow here. To carry with me to Liberia. So it can be cool small. All that heat out there. All people, y'all welcome. I see Rose Archivon Hines. How are you doing? Evangeline Mami Ta. Madam Ta, how are you? Sarah McKinley. Magnus Cassell, Teresa Sampson Yuma, David Aquawala. How are you, David? What's going on? My sister Pearl Campbell. I see Beatrice now. I see Matthew Fiwo, Lopo Ziga, Momo T. Johnson, Nana Boa Formula. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the show, guys. UJ Clark, my own girl, UJ Emmett Herman. How are you doing, Emmett? Over here, I see Weekly Chill. How are you, Reverend? I see Lawrence Abraham Landa. How are you, Lawrence? Dequa Sampson, Joseph Dolly, Eta Collins, Nico, Francis Weir. How are you, Mary Chia? BK Lamu Flomo. How are you doing, BK? Miata W. Sheriff, Bobby Toe. How are you, Mr. Toe? I see my sister Caroline Woollett. I see Gertrude Benjamin. Oretha Momo, how you doing, Oretha? Esther Zuo, Dolo Cold, how you doing, Mr. Dolo? Francis Weir, I see Emmanuel T. Dongba Jr., I see Gaiba, see Jolo Claw, how are you? David G. Bayou, how you doing, Bayou? What's Jos Jackson Vey, I see Tuning Gamonyu, I see Nicholas Payne. I see Francis Maxwell. Mr. Maxwell, how are you doing? Rebecca Corba, Deborah Nuka, Kibe Allison, Ruth Okati, I'm sorry. Orlando Giddings, Mr. Giddings, how are you? Abraham Gowe, Nicholas Payne, J. Bosco Claw Herman, how are you doing? Janice Bimba, Masa Leon Masa, Politica Cooper passed away. Mackenzie J.T., how are you? Amadou Dunbar, Daniel, I think Daniel something. I'm so sorry there. That went by very fast. Sorry, Daniel. I see my brother Ahmed Freeman, Mr. Freeman, James Dole Sr., Powerhouse, Marcus W. Jasper, Miata Camu, Alexander Baba, Favor Renning, Augustine Gonga, Abel Kona, over here, I see Papi S. Kamara, Oliver J. Rose, Stasi Scar. How are you doing, Stasi? Bill Carson, Mr. Carson, what's popping, brother? I see Ruth Goba. Ruth, how are you? Saving Grace, Vani Topa Kamara, Bona Masakwe, Mr. Masakwe, welcome to the show as well. Basi Morris, Mr. Morris, what's going on? Florence Bokar, everybody, man. Esther Batua, Gaman Gamia, Kuku Alex, Perry Ajivon, Muna Batadi, Lee Francis Zeze, I see Rachel Pay. Everybody, man, Mohammed Teller. Oh, listen, man, you're welcome to the show. I want to talk very briefly today, before the guys come on this issue of the dual citizenship bill. I want to tell you why this disadvantages Liberia in a major way. Now, the disclaimer will come because Liberian would make the argument. Say, listen, and so what happened is if somebody has an American citizenship, for example, and the person commits a crime here in Liberia, the person get run back to America. That is not true. The argument is dead upon arrival. And I will tell you why that is not true. But my focus here is first to tell you why the dual citizenship bill disadvantages Liberia in a major way. There are a lot of countries in the world where if you have a dual citizenship, you can hold the presidency position. That does not take away from you. Here in America, for example, the only basic requirement, you must be a naturally born American citizen. They understand you can go elsewhere and get citizenship, but your loyalty remains. My loyalty to Liberia is unshakable. I don't think any percentage of that loyalty has been removed, despite the fact that I live here in America. A Liberian citizen, first of all, there's something I'm going to say. Now, this is not intended to demean anybody who lives back home, but it's just a factual statement. A lot of times when you are stuck, and this is true throughout history for every country, by the way, if you're stuck in one position and you have not seen how the rest of the world work, your mind has not expanded fully to understand other things around the globe. The reason why people travel is to expand their horizon. And if you expand your horizon, you see things differently. Your citizens that have gone abroad, think to Israel, think to Cape Verde, think to the Germans, think to Singapore, to the Chinese. They come back to their country, even though they hold other citizenship, but they're still coming back home as the Chinese. They're still coming back home after fully Kali. I want you to think about this. Two people, Mangaman and Oman Kamara, have two children. Let's assume the kids are twins. They are Liberian citizens born in Lofa County. Okay, and one of the child travels to America, the other one stays home in Liberia. And you're going to tell one of those children that because he or she lived abroad and got another citizenship, that means that person cannot become citizen in Liberia. I don't think anybody's going to remove the Golaness from inside me or the bastardness that is within me. The issue of citizenship coming from back home and coming back to Liberia, you are going to disadvantage the people because the people that are most prepared, the people who've had the experience to come and actually effectuate that experience in the country so the country can grow, you are disadvantaging those people. When you do that, you are disadvantaging the country. Because let me tell you something, most Liberians that come to this country, they come just to look for a living. They come to expand their horizon. They come to get educated massively. If you're going to tell my son, who, by virtue of not for any responsibility of his own, one of my three children, all of whom were born here in America, that they cannot become fully Liberian, there is an issue there. I want you to understand, I believe 8 of our first 10 presidents were born outside the country. Let me repeat, 8 of our first 10 presidents were born outside of Liberia, most of whom were born right here in the United States. The issue of dual citizenship should not scare you. I believe this is an added addition to our society. because you want people with a massive amount of preparation to come back to the country and hold certain positions. Look, if you cannot compete with these people, it doesn't mean you are not good enough. It means is you have to up your IQ so you can rise to that level. If the intention of this dual citizenship bill is to disadvantage those who have gone overseas, you are doing yourself a disservice. Look, we don't want a legislature. We don't want an executive or a judiciary that is exclusively made out of people who does not have the broader experience, the global experience to understand things at a higher level, at different levels across the globe. Now, this disclaimer has to be made. It doesn't mean people who are back home cannot have that same experience. They can have it too. But sometimes when you are close, let's assume your entire life you live in Riverside County. Guess what? You don't entirely understand Monrovia because your entire understanding is restricted to Riverside. That doesn't make you any smarter or dumber. It just tells you you have not seen other things. So dual citizenship will actually benefit Liberia if full privileges and rights as granted under the constitutions on the constitution is equally given to Dr. Francine as it will be given to Mark Basie, who's in Liberia. And the reason being, look, do you really believe that because Dr. Francine came to America, studied in America, lived in America, that diminishes her Liberianness? Does anybody ever believe that? This argument that we are continuing to make, that, oh, if you come, you take a certain position here, when you commit a crime, you will run back to America, that is not true. If we strengthen our judicial system, if I, Dwalu, commit a crime in Liberia, the Liberian government can hold me for that crime, in respect to what other citizenship I hold. Let's change the laws. Okay, don't depend on Interpol. Depend on our own laws. So it doesn't matter whether a person comes from heaven or from Sweden, whatever they come from. If they commit a crime in Liberia, prosecute them under Liberian law, put them in jail for 50 or 80 years, whatever time it takes for that law, irrespective of the citizenship they hold. If your argument is because Dr. Francine lives in America, that means her patriotism or loyalty to her people has been diminished, this is crazy. It's crazy. Dr. Francine, welcome to the show. You're muted.
So. Sorry. Yes, I was trying to locate the mouse. Great conversation, Dwalu. I really enjoyed listening to you. I agree with you that dual citizen bill as it is now is discriminatory. It is a disadvantage diaspora Liberians. It also is divisive. I get very upset when I see people trying to put a gap between people who are not in Liberia and people who are in Liberia. We are looking to do a partnership together. I think we should be speaking about this in a positive way, as opposed to trying to say that, oh, you're trying to abuse or misuse the people in Liberia. That's not anyone's intention here, okay? We're just trying to make our country a better place for everybody. So I agree with you almost 100%, Dwalu, that is disadvantageous to the diaspora Liberian, and also it discriminates.
Yeah, I agree. Look, my brother Alfred, it is true that I can run for a position here in America. Yes, I can run. I can run all the way up to the Speaker of the United States legislature level here in America. Mm-hmm. Whether you notice or not, let me tell you something. The great empires of Southeast Asia, they call them the dragons. When you think about South Korea, when you think about Singapore, when you think about Laos, you think about Malaysia, you think about Taiwan, most of their citizens, a vast majority of the citizens were not even born in their home country. But this is the heritage. Because what happened is, if you think about the Chinese evolution, the development of China, the Great Shanghai, you think about the diaspora citizens actually built that. If you think about the Great Britain, you think about today, most of the citizens that were scattered all around the world, some of them were not even born in Britain. They went back to Britain and actually became serious statesmen in Britain because they had that exposure. The argument that I'm making here is, me traveling does not make me any less Liberian than anybody else who stays at home. But what that does is, it expands my knowledge. It expands how I see things differently. It makes me understand other people that I'm going to be dealing with internationally, so I can protect Liberia better. So if you're telling me somebody who does not have that exposure, and you look, Let me say this, and I don't want you guys to take this out of context. Let me say this though. I've sat in so many boardrooms in America. I think I've worked for maybe 7 or 8 different companies here in America, and you sit in these boardrooms, you deal with different people from all around the world. Can you really believe that somebody who's a representative out of Riverside County, who has never left Riverside or just been in Riverside, do you really believe he has the same global exposure that I do have? I've traveled to countless countries. Do you really believe that? So, in order to protect Liberia, you will want Dualu as opposed to that representative out of Riverside County. It doesn't mean he's any less than me. But what I'm trying to tell you is the exposure I've gotten is going to make Liberia a little bit better. That's not just for Dualu. That's for any other country in the world. That's what the Chinese did. That's what the Americans did. That's what the French did. That's what the British did, Australian. I can go on and on and on. My argument is let's just stop this thing where because Kabakali came to America, that means he's no longer adequately Olofian. Do you follow the drift? Or if Mr. Gongalon came to America, that means his Nimaness has been reduced. This is a flawed argument. It's a flawed argument, and I don't want us to make that because I want Liberia to develop. And if Liberia's brightest minds, again, this disclaimer must be made that the president faculty. It doesn't mean people that are back home don't have bright minds. That's not my argument. They got equal bright mind, but I'm talking about exposure. You want to take everything so Liberia can grow faster. That's my argument.
Yeah, it's about the strength of everybody. We all come with different strengths, and the idea that some of us have been exposed for a prolonged period of time, because sometimes just coming here to one city and just shopping and going back home is not what I quite call exposure. It's exposure, but it's not exposure to the degree of working with someone, like you said, sitting down and understanding the intricacies of what people are talking about, or observing their non-verbal behavior, or knowing how a group of people work together. Some of the policies, some of the rules, like just things that might happen. The intricacy of non-verbal cultures that might happen in a boardroom or in the institution. So I think that it's a partnership. I look at it as a partnership. Like I always say, like Piso runs through me just as well as Mount Willigosi. Mount Willigosi runs through me, or Buchanan runs through you. Or Bombing County runs through you. So nobody can take that out of any one of us. I was, parts of my ancestors were buried in Liberia. So you can't take that. You can't say they're not there. You can't stop that from happening.
I agree, Dan. And Stanton, welcome to the show. And another thing I want to say, guys, this is also equally important. Look, listen to me. The Arab countries, before the 1940s, most of the Arab world that would run, going to Dubai. Dubai was village. In fact, the village was so small, even Kakatan or Sesto were even better than Dubai. Let me just put it so you can understand it. Dubai sent most of her children, her top level, the high class officials in Dubai. They went to Europe. They were actually someone who were born in Europe. In fact, they still do it today. They send their children to Western countries to learn. Some of their children were even born in those Western countries. They come back to Dubai. They come back to the United Arab Emirates. They come back to Saudi Arabia. They become kings. They become the dukes of their countries. The reason for that way is all about exposure. My issue is about exposure. Now, if we are not getting the exposure, I don't want you to fear me as somebody who's going to be more competitive than you.
No.
I want you to incorporate me so Liberia can grow, because we're not going to grow. Look, let me say this. A lot of people will be the talking point today on the internet, but I will talk it anyway because my hidden face, nobody more. You see how when Liberian people come to Liberia, when we see web men, everybody can get excited. Oh, the web people came to our video. For me, I went to high school with them. I think my first, 6, 7 girlfriends were white girls. Don't
really?
I tell you something now. I know them in detail. So I will not be in awe of them. So when I'm dealing with them, we are dealing on equal footing.
That's correct.
And you
have to expose that to Dwalu. You have to expose that.
Thank you. And the problem, what I'm trying to say, it doesn't mean you cannot, but we're still in awe of some of these people. They come and exploit our system. But you imagine across the table from me, somebody from Sweden sitting down there. In fact, I would think he's beneath me. Because I would tell you, listen, I'm probably more educated than him. I'm probably more exposed than him. I understand his systems better than him. And I would say, you know what, you don't understand my system. So we have an edge. It's an argument I'm trying to make.
It's a power play.
A power play. So that influence where divide and conquer is not going to work with duality so easily because I understand the system.
Yeah.
So But guess what? Now, if I get Nelson by my side, if I get Mr. Slinger by my side, I can also incorporate and say, listen, guys, this is how it's done. Don't be like, oh, the white people come in. When the white people say they're not true, then do I don't know both different from the white people? Both? No. I went to the same high schools that they did, the same college they did. Everywhere they went, the same graduate school. In fact, I got better grades than them. The argument where I'm trying to make it, let that put all up our own Liberian there. We respect even the person born or see, and that person in Liberian, let them be incorporated 100%. Don't restrict me under any circumstance because you're restricting Liberia's growth. That's my argument. Mr. Witherspoon, I'm going to kick that ball over to you, Mr. Tebera.
I want to just say one thing before Stanton comes in, and Dwell, it emboldens you to read all of the agreements, all of the contracts, and ask them questions, and not to say, "Oh, the women say the contract will be good for the country or whatever." No, you would ask them technical questions because you've been there before. You understand. You know that they are not coming. They are coming to make money. They are not coming to be our friends. They are not coming to smile with us or to give us. They're coming there to make money, and that's why you have to stand up with them because you say, "This is what we do over here." When you see me asking questions like, "What have you done for me lately?" Because every single job interview I go to, every single time I interview students to enter the doctoral program, I have to understand what have you done for yourself or at where you work to make you an outstanding person. Okay, because by what you have done tells me you'll be able to contribute to the university. Okay. You can't just come in and sit down. Nobody's checking on us when we go to work. But we have to make sure that we're doing our jobs. And because they trust us, they know that we have produced before. So, all of those things are very, very important. Sina, please come in. Thank you for being here today as well.
And then one talk. Let me say on there.
I mean, he our topic, or he's saying not part of our topic.
Your topic always slow, though. It's always intellectual. It's always slow. Your topic always put me to sleep. You're bringing your bomb thing on us.
The man, I ain't put my ink right.
The man aspect his wealth. You have that bomb relationship. And Dwadu, talking about his 7 white girlfriends.
Look out.
Hey, that
does not interest me. We know Dwadu. We know where he's from. We know how he lives, and thank God for his beautiful wife that fasted and prayed all year round. When Dwadu was in the military, things he did, I have the whole information.
Oh,
I didn't even know my wife at that time, so you're lying.
They say I ain't say you know your wife. I said things you did in the military. So we have to talk about these things. Dwadu coming on the show acting like
he's a dance on top of the bar too. That was every time.
There you go. But you see, Nelson, can you turn off? Nelson, can you turn off those phones, please?
I'll turn off your Stanton. Everyone told me that he used to dance in the military.
But why you asking Dwadu? Why you not asking me? And I was in the military too.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Y'all always disrespect my time in the military.
Sorry. Yeah.
Hey,
what 20 man? What 21-year-old?
You're always disrespecting my time in the military.
There's actually club music in
That's why I don't want to be part of your conversation.
This is
7. Wow. May God strengthen that woman. 7. That's huge.
That's maybe that year 1, but that's we don't want.
Yeah, man. It said that 1 year 7.
No, man, no, man. Say no. Stop starting prior. That was wait. High school.
I'm telling you, just talking with the poor happy at home.
Robina Famata Louis Vincent.
Yeah.
Robina, what's your sister? What's her name? Salamatu. And we want to say Wilhelm Touch it. But you welcome everyone already, right?
We're not waiting for you, Stanton. We're finished.
Thank you very much. There's a story that came up, and I want us to discuss it briefly. So I've asked Teddy Wright to come in studio. Teddy Wright is one of Liberia's best artists out there. They say he was caught in you know, how they call it, theft or
Yeah.
power
Power.
theft. And so I reached out to Mary Bro. I will be calling her. She will explain exactly, you know, what she told me, you know, like Mary Bro over this LEC power theft stuff, Duadu and Dr. Richardson. And I spoke to Mary Bro, and I didn't know she could speak Crew. You know, she spoke Crew.
No more costume crew before they say this.
She's gonna get fair with me again. You know, she spoke Crew to my mom. They talk. Na fue de, na fue no sion, and there were there club. All that young thing, I don't even know what it is, but she will be coming on to talk about Teddy Rai. And I asked Teddy Rai to come in studio for us to hear from him exactly what happened. So, folks, we'll be speaking to Teddy Rai and we'll be speaking to Mary Bro. All right. It's very important for us to do these things because the story went out there. It's all over on social media now. You know, but one thing I listen, Teddy Rai would say though, what Mr. Duado, he just got back in the country. So I don't know at what time he was caught in power theft.
But it's not what he said about that power theft thing though. Don't just say power theft.
Yeah, but let's go with the story now. Let's stick to the allegation that he was involved. I want him to come up and clear his name. You know, I want him to come up and speak to the nation and address this power theft issue. But Mary Bro believe that Teddy Rai is not in error. You know, the accusation against him, it wasn't Teddy Rai. So I will let them explain. I'm not getting involved, and then we will take it from there. We got a lot of information today. A new list came up about other senators that get on other positions within the Senate. We'll talk about a new list and the way forward for the inauguration and that of the transition team. You know, it snowed a lot. I've been shoveling snow. Oh no. It's not as I've been shoveling snow. Like, oh, look at me. I wasn't shoveling snow. I just been coordinating. Let me see. Is it snowing at your end?
It's snowing, but my beginning, I'm putting also today. They veil me. They've been shoveling. I've been supervising. The guy.
You're not shoveling. You put a beginning outside to all.
No, what happened in the beginning? One guy ain't got to do the driveway for us, right? They got done the driveway, but today the snow was not too hard. Towing it has to be above 4 inches before he can come. So the snow, it snowed the last time they went with like 3.7 inches. I said no, you can come.
You measure the thing, everything.
Yeah, so I measure it. So I put it outside. They veil me, but it's still there. It should be.
Something about the snow today. Yeah, right. It never came down. You know, it wasn't too thick.
It was just wet. Yeah.
It was wet, but it had ice on it, right?
Yeah.
So I went outside to test the snow, but it's in the back, the front, the side, where you get, you know, the garage and all over. Then I look at my strength. And you know, then I had to make the determination whether if I clean the snow myself, whether I would survive. Because you know, after you clean, you shovel the snow, right? You take care of the snow. Guess what happened? You get sick. All your bones hurting.
That's true.
So seriously, prevention is better than cure. And I came back in the house. Yeah. I came back in the house and I said, well, we pray to God. Maybe it will rain. Then I said, rain, party. And I started asking God to bring rain. Do I do? For real, my man, if you can make it, you can make it. Don't force it.
Our boy like
you gotta put salt there too. You gotta put salt after you.
It's salty.
Yeah, so somebody came around, the beginning said, I want to clean the snow. You know, the beginning get a shower, they come in around the water. Yeah.
Miss my money.
They're trying to hustle buck and a half, not bad. But you cannot get out there. Look at me. I go up there and go shovel. Then I come inside, I get sick, my man. Then you will need a koto, you need the hot water, everything. It's hard, bro.
It's bad.
Now when you get teenage boys, they don't do it.
Yeah, that's true.
You go out there.
Oh, I'll begin to make sure it's in over 10.
No.
How old are you? What a minute, so.
They begin at 12-year-old. That begin not even get close to the door.
Outside. They can be outside. They both outside, my man. Look, we used to get in the car. We drive 1 hour. We go to the other hole, we shovel because the tenant will not touch that thing. Then I put them behind the car. We come to our own hole.
I can do it.
You all right? 5 minutes over there.
My man, here's the thing, my man. All depends your era, right? All depends. That's what you're saying. It depends if you get 2-car garage or 2-car space, right? You're talking about like 7-8 cars, but you might go shovel 7-8 cars, or you might go shovel snow. But man, you got to look at your strength. That's why we all didn't go fight in the Mediterranean. We called it Pepe. Yeah. You go outside and you go outside and code number 1. Then you go shovel. My man, no, let's be friends. Don't come on the show and can't lie and say you shovel. You can't make it, my man. Say the truth.
Camera, you see it?
My man, I won't see it, but I don't believe that you make it back.
Oh, I said we make you.
The boys.
I was supervising.
Yeah, but you got 2 beginning, right?
Yeah, 150, 160 now.
150, 160. I get only 1. He 12.
But you got to train the man. That man goes out there.
But who would I'm gonna go outside with him to train?
Yeah, but 12, I gotta be shoveling with them.
I mean, I lead the show with him, man. We'll put
that cars out today.
But
I wanted to snow in Liberia though.
And it be helping a lot.
I wanted to snow in Liberia.
I don't know. It's kind of affect our economy though. Yeah. Right now when it rains, everybody want to be home. Yeah. Can you imagine when it snows all happening? We do ready for it?
Yeah, I wanted to snow in Liberia.
Yeah, you do ready for the snow in Liberia?
No, if it snows, bro, we'll be ready.
No, it will be bad.
If it rains, everybody's got.
If it's snow in Liberia, it will be very bad. All the people with the zinc horses, then how they will survive?
I'm ready for you.
Yeah.
All the people with the zinc horses, then how they will survive?
Can you imagine the roads?
Forget the roads. So people that want one set of zinc, one sheet of zinc between day and outside.
Yeah.
How you expect it would be cold as hell?
Extremely cold.
Where it just.
Yeah.
Somebody say in Nima, it can be snowing in Nima sometimes.
Yeah, once in a while. Yeah.
Sometimes.
Wow.
It does cold, but it doesn't really snow. Yeah. And you get out there.
I'm just thankful my older said that she almost hit a truck today coming from her dentist. So she said
that's the scary part, man. They gotta be careful driving.
The car's kind of slide in front of her. It was really bad. So I was just happy when she made it home and said, "Mommy, I almost died today." I was like, "Oh no, don't tell me that today." So
but that's what you always say, Eduardo. It's the beauty, right? They make sure they clean. You know, in the neighborhood they clean up. They come to the city. They come out to clean. They got to clean because if they fail to clean, it's on the local government.
Correct.
So you see them putting salt. You see them cleaning, and that's unique. You know, and they tell you, say, please clean your yard. You know, clean your walkway, and those things are very important.
Correct.
You know, yeah. So I mean, I hope everyone listen to us. If it's snow in your area, just get out. Make sure you remove your cars. All depends where you live and clean your walkway. This is very, very good. And
it's called today. The schools told us there were going to be a 2 hours delay so they can give the
they cancel school though.
They
cancel school, yeah, for us.
Yeah, they give us 2 hours delay today. But I think one of my daughter's college was closed and then
they cancel school. They cancel school and that is they ask the kids to stay home, which is good. So you got Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 4 days. Now they're going to school for only 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and they'll be back on the weekend. That's good.
My youngest daughter said the next time it snows, she's taking the bus, she didn't drive, she couldn't do it today. She said it was scary, you know. So I said, yes, you should take, you know, because they had a 2 hours delay. They went in like, I think 10 o'clock or so.
That's good.
Well, we're not ready for it yet. We're not ready for snow.
We're not. But we're in that kind of weather, and I was.
Let's see if they rain first. Let's see if they rain and the heat.
No, I mean, it's okay. And, you know, once you're not getting out there, just go do your food shop. You know, get all your basic thing. Get your egg, your bread, and you know, and get all your stuff you need, and just stay home. You know, if you have to stay home, but some people cannot stay home because those in the medical field cannot stay home. You know, they are essential workers, so they must go to work. There's no need for them to stay home, and it's hard, but it is why it is. You know, Bono said we must get to the issue.
Yeah,
he said, "Gentlemen, get to the issue. We get to the yeah." Well, you get any issue for us to talk about? You know, why can't we just talk? Relax a little bit. Everybody want us to talk about politics and everything. You know. I mean, let's chill a little bit, you know, that's the way it is. But Duadu, I mean, your end, with the exception of what you and Dr. Richardson was talking about, what's happening at your end?
Well, the government is forming gradually. we are waiting. We are still waiting. A lot of people going to Liberia. Another thing that we've been hearing about, people losing their suitcases with Air Morocco expected. There's nothing strange about that. But overall, man, on my end, everything is great so far. We noticed a lot of heat in Liberia. People have been calling me in here. Oh, but hey, come here and the heat not easy. So we're just hoping LEC can find a way to stay on for the next, at least they tried their best. But other than that, man, everything is looking great. Mr. Johnson, welcome to the show, bro.
But what would I see in your face, my man? What happened with your new sunshades or your new glasses? When I hearing you though.
He said, you can see my face. Who you can see my face? I tell everybody. You need glasses too, maybe yourself.
I have one, but I refuse to use it.
If your eyes were like mine, you would. With all my glasses, I can see.
I still can see. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, like
it's on my.
You're me not to answer the question. Wear glasses. Like, well, you can't see my face. Everybody else can see my I like that. Oh,
man, and other women, they say the way I came to the airport, I said, is it true that they say people can answer questions?
Who told you?
The man told the women, but who told you?
The man said, thank you.
Everything can be so interesting. We have such an interesting dialogue and culture. I'm telling you, if I went to work and somebody, I got a question, I go down low detail, it would just be like, you have to time your hands,
Yeah, always pivot back to the person who answered the question.
It's almost like what psychologists do, it's always pivoting back to the person, but the one is more beyond.
But I mean, what are you hearing, Dr. Richardson? What's out there? I mean, what's new? What's on the market when you talk about trending issue?
I'm concerned about the new leadership list that is out there. I'm sure you're going to put that out. I wanted to suggest that what we're talking about, the qualification of these appointees, do they fit the criteria? Do we know what the criteria is that they are appointing them to these committees? Or so that's concerning to me. I'm interested in here about Teddy Riley, that's somebody else. Teddy Ride, his involvement with power theft. I saw the clip on Spoon Talk today. I wasn't sure. I just kind of saw it briefly. So it would be good to hear the full story, what happened. My question is, do you have to be at the spot before you are engaged in power theft? Because if you say I was in there, I travel, and somebody else did it, are you still responsible? But I'm sure all of those questions will be asked, about power theft, because it's something that I'm not quite familiar with, honestly. I'm willing to learn it.
Thank you very much. Stevie?
Well, yeah, it's good to be back, guys, and good evening to everybody listening to us tonight. I happened to witness some of the I witnessed part of the Senate hearing, the Senate session, and pay particular attention to some of those senators who, out of whom was giving about 3 minutes to make their introductory remarks. From what I heard some very promising utterances from some of them. I listened to the senator from Papulu, Amarkon, and he made some very strong argument about audits, accountability, and that his committee, according to him, will be second to none. And those are some of the kind of indication we want to hear. And I listened to other folks, including the gentleman from Cape Mount, Bombing, and other counties, making their remark. Also listening to the senator from Cape Mount and Senator Daba introducing herself and making commitment. I think it's a good start for us to listen to our senators in the opening stages of the new legislature begin to make these kinds of utterances, because they will be what we're going to hold them by. This is a joining of anywhere between 6 to 9 years, 6 for some, 9 for the one who's just joining. And so we will continue to gauge them. And one of the things we will want to do is begin to develop scorecards for public officials that we can grade them on their own undertaking. So we list and say at the January you said this by December here's your scope, and grade them. Those are important things to help track activities not just in the legislature but across the executive and the judiciary. It helps to keep public servant engaged. And on the issue, the other thing is I saw a circular from the Liberian National Police about traffic regulations ahead of the inauguration, the days leading to the inaugurations. There has been some regulations in place about movement of
Guys, can we
traffic
meet,
codes.
please?
Come again? Yeah, the movement of keke and pempe and all those things have been diverted to other areas on the day of inauguration, according to the circular from the police. Only authorized vehicle will be within certain proximity because of national security reasons. People who will be within certain proximity also will be there based on invitation because, again, of national security reasons. So those some of the latest trending issues. And then, of course, the electricity, the power theft story made rounds. And I hope we can have a very honest and frank conversation around power theft and answer some of the fundamental questions about the solution. Because it's this most of the time these interventions do not solve the problem. And Stanton and I was having a conversation earlier today, and we talked about, I asked him one question. I said, "Man, how come we don't hear about power theft in the U.S.?" And we stumbled on current, and we finally came to an answer. I said, because when you steal current, the punishment associated with stealing current it's dangerous. So in Liberia, I steal current today. You come and you dismantle my meter. You soon you turn your back. I reconnect. I know you're not coming by in our community again, maybe on the after 6 months or 1 year. There has to be a sustainable solution to solving the issue, whether through digital means or through, fines and penalties that people can realize. Thank you, Stanton.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Dwalo.
Yeah, I'm going to say this. The power theft issue, man, Stephen. The reason why we're here in America, maybe could you please mute? Is because I don't think there is a need to do it in many instances, and like you said, the consequences are always that. I want to give big kudos to Honorable Bronskin. I know he's gone, but two of his mentees now control the Liberian legislature. It's something just to recognize. Kanga Lawrence, the Senate Pro Tempore, and then Falanti Kofa head in the House of Representatives. Kudos to Honorable Bronskin. Left a great legacy for Liberia. But I want to mention this on the Kofa. He's adamant. He says he's going to introduce a bill for the World Crime Court. Let's see how serious he is, and he's going to pursue that. But I love what Honorable Conan said today. And I hold Honorable Conan to this, out of Bapulu County. He says he's going to set up the most powerful anti-corruption organization in Liberia. He will do everything he can to make sure that is established, and the issue of anti-corruption is taken very seriously, with the proper anti-graft institutions, with a separate court to address this issue. And I want to speak this directly to Honorable Conan. This is a great way to leave a great legacy for your country. If you're serious about this and you pursue this with the kind of vigor that I'm more than sure that you are capable of pursuing to strengthen Liberia's democracy, I can assure you, sir, you will leave a great legacy for yourself, and Liberia will forever celebrate you. It's a great fight, and I hope you're serious about this, and you will not coil when the fight gets very serious. Once again, my brother member, welcome to the show, bro.
Sen, I just want to say something from Mami comes in. Stephen, I agree with you. There should be a scorecard or rubric for the legislators. And I'm imagining a rubric that we have, how they do their job in terms of lawmaking, oversight, and representation. And then we develop a specific one for the committees that they serve and what have they done on these committees and what the objectives of the committees are. I think that would be a good way to start. I also wanted to say, I think we should play that tape of Yeke. Yeke will have me laughing. I mean, that was one of the first thing I saw today. I couldn't stop. He made my day this morning. Definitely, Yeke. Seatmate is going to be interesting. That's a relationship we have to observe, the person that he's sitting next to. So, Yeke, I'm observing you on your seatmate. So, thank you, Stanton.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. My man, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Stan. Good to be here, everyone. I was listening to like Stevie and other people, I was listening to the introductory comment from the legislature. I want to personally say I was impressed with the statement from Senator McGill of Magibi County. I saw in him a new momentum. He will have all his sanction on him. Those are issues we can talk about. But some of the points he raised around decentralizing resources, they align with my thoughts. They align with the agenda for changing the country. I was also, and I just wanted to start with McGill. I was impressed with his statement. I wanted to say that. I was very impressed with the statements he made. And if we can hold him accountable to those statements and he can live by those statements, I think he will do well as a senator. Senator Dillon, again, man, you can beat him. I mean, he came up very strong with the introductory statements. I saw Senator Amara Kone aligning with Senator Dillon on two key issues. He said it is time to bring mental health on the table, or to elevate mental health on the table. And I listened to Senator Dillon in the background saying, you are welcome. Senator Dillon has been a lone soldier in the legislature fighting to give attention and permanence to a national disaster that was taking over the country. I want to commend Senator Kone for seeing the need to join him in that fight, to be those agents of positive change, calling for addressing an issue. Senator Kone said, the next generation of our country, the drugs pandemic, is destroying the workforce, the future workforce. It was important for them to bring that under control. So a lot of good things came out of the Senate today. Conversations, the commitment they're making, and we can only wait to see how we, as citizens, hold them accountable and responsible to move forward. The list that came up, impressive. We can talk about that more. There are some areas where we disagree, especially with audit. I listened to Senator Kone. He promised to make his committee the most vibrant, to ensure that Public Accounts Committee is vibrant. But a little bit, not my opinion on audit is that
it's just intro, Abula.
Yeah, I'm still introducing my comments.
And I like get into the red thing. Just brief on there. We can go deeper. You guys, intro would be the whole,
Maybe I enjoy yourself on this show here today.
No, I'm not. I just come here.
I was listening to you. I know. At the
end of the day, you and Eduardo will run away from us, and you will say you're going to go for your winning.
I told you 1 hour before we join.
No. Nobody will agree with that one.
And no problem.
30 seconds.
And no problem.
I can cancel.
Yeah, Abula and I talk about Delon 100 times. Then he'll come and talk about Delon again. Then he'll talk about. So Abula, finish up now. Like we want to listen. Here's the thing: we want to play these guys that in their own words. Then we give you a chance to talk. Well, I want the Liberian people to hear. Those that never had an opportunity to hear what Delon said, to hear what Amara said, to hear what Vabla said. I want us to play them briefly. Then we can ask you guys for your own take.
Okay, yeah, we can go through that. So to conclude, we are impressed with the initial comments coming from the Senate. We work to see how we can hold them accountable to those comments, that they are making. I was impressed by Delon. I was impressed by McGill. I was impressed by Senator Kone.
What were the other people you're not impressed by them?
I mean, like I said, generally the statement coming from the Senate was impressive, but I just decided to highlight the three most important ones that I feel are aligned with mostly. And that was McGill.
You was impressed by McGill from Buffalo. He was impressed by Amara Kone from Buffalo. And he was impressed by Delon from Montserrat.
No,
so at least I'm going to make to decide as to why he was impressed by my man McGill from Buffalo, man. Not because he ran in McGill. McGill from Buffalo. The
man is the senator for McGibby.
Yeah, but you impressed by him because you're from Buffalo. You got Buffalo blood.
No, I impressed with this, not by him as an individual. The statements he making, they align with my thoughts. I believe
No, I agree
those are
with you.
things
You
we
know
need
me,
to
I'll
do.
just take it on another side. But let me start with you a little bit, though. You know, people will come up with all the plenty impressive statement. You know, they will come out and say all this thing. I like what Stephen Johnson said. Maybe, Stephen, you call him for 1 year. Let's do it quarterly. Let's start grading that early. Not 1 year. 1 year, we'll forget some of these things. 1 year, we'll run into another situation and we'll say, you know what? But let's do it. Let's do it every 3 months. Now, all of them had the time to present themselves to the Liberian people officially, gave the statement. Amara spoke for 17 or 18 minutes. All of them had an opportunity to speak. We'll listen to them today. Nelson, can you come on? Let's play some of them. We'll play them. It's good for the Liberian people. We'll play them, we'll pause and we'll discuss it. But it is also important. Some of these people are making these promises now, and that's my take back. They made the same promises when they got there. Okay? Some of them promise silver and gold. Are they saying now they have transformed? I want Liberian people to see where we're coming from with this thing, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I know we can celebrate some of them and say, well, given the time, they will do better. So let's start with Miguel. My brother Mama said he impressed with Miguel. Miguel is my man. I can call Miguel every time. I don't worry what people say. Miguel is my friend. But what's new? What is he bringing new? Has he transformed? Is he an angel now? Is he walking on the path of righteousness for his name's sake? So helping God? Are you believing in Miguel today, Mommy? Let's talk about Miguel. Those promises that he makes. Can I do my intro now? Because I do no intro today. Oh. I do no intro today. No, I didn't. I came straight. Dr. Richardson and Dualu attacked me on something I can't even remember. But let's talk about Miguel. Nelson, come on. Nelson, play these things. Let's talk about Miguel. I want us to talk about the old senators first. I want us to talk about the old guys next that work in government. But I enjoy Deborah from Cape Man. And I want people to keep their eyes on Deborah Vabla. That's her name, right? From Cape Man. I enjoy her. And we'll talk about her. And I begin to follow her. And I will call her like I did Bodo Kane. And she's ready to be held accountable. But are we sitting here today? Everybody that appreciated Miguel, my own friend, have he transformed inwardly by means of the Holy Spirit? Have he transformed? No, seriously. Be ye transformed inwardly. Because your outer appearance will deceive people, but your inner appearance, you know God for yourself. Can we say today, everything Miguel said, Miguel will deliver? 6 years ago, hey, are people going to say the man about to be Miguel? No. I must remind us, Miguel was the chief of staff, the minister of state for presidential affairs. Is there something new Miguel saying today? But you know what? You're right. Hey, why didn't Nelson begin? Nelson, play the clip.
Okay.
But I want to talk about Miguel. Maybe you have watched, maybe you saw it while waiting for the clip. Let me ask you guys, Dr. Richardson, let me come to you first. And that's exactly why people say, but where's Stanton? Stanton, where are you? You are not sedition, you're not United Party. Where? I'm for the Liberian people. It can be my own brother. I will call it as it is. Somebody sat on the show and said, Miguel, have James Goodday and your son to go Europe. Miguel called James Goodday, and my son said, you can't go cover us to Europe. Thank God for that. Government in power. The network, send them, and they represent their spoon talk. And after they came back, they went back to Liberia after their assignment. And they saw an opportunity to go to school. Thank God for that. Thank God for Miguel. I start for Miguel. It got nothing to do with Liberia and the people suffering and everything the people went through or they are going through. What that has to do with Liberia situation. So if we talk about Miguel, damn, our good friend Miguel, they picking a good picking. Let's listen to it. And let allow the Liberian people. We'll talk about all of them. Not only Miguel. I will call Miguel tonight and we'll talk again. And where I'm wrong, Miguel will correct me. But we got to talk about this thing because it's Liberian people. So, Nelson, play. Let's hear from Miguel briefly. Nathaniel follow Miguel. Let's hear him.
Distinguished colleagues, honorable President, it's a pleasure for me to be
Increase the value, Nelson.
very important body. You know, as I sat and I listened to the senators, I began to reflect. So, you know, most of the allegations you guys are making are inexecutive. So I know when I start to speak, maybe some of my people say, but Miguel, why you didn't do it inexecutive? Let me say that I want to thank God for being here. I want to thank my wife, Miss Vivian Ines, for giving me the opportunity to run and for supporting me to be a senator. And I want to take this time to celebrate our president. All the allegations are made. I know Senator Johnson, you're a very good friend of mine. I want to say that Ambassador Weah, I want to thank you for serving our country, for giving us the opportunity. For some of us who grew up in the forest. When our youth chairman of Snow, you knew. When I protested against you in 2000, I only had one share. I had one cap, only the cap that I was wearing, one black cap. And I went to, my own black. And I went, I went to the conference center. And I went to the conference center. I really must know, I was just in LEO, I entered LEO. I think that was my last day. And I said to President Taylor, why you want to allow Snow to host Snow is your... He said it, Maggie, already. And so we must be proud of the president, what the president did. And I'm happy that the rescue mission made all the promises. Sometimes when you're sitting in the president's office, you don't know what the president goes through. I had an opportunity, opposition, I criticized Mr. Salih. But when I had the opportunity to sit beside the president and see how the country has been run, then I realized that we have serious problems. Some of the problems is not with the executive. Some of the problems with us, lawmakers. In 2013, I had the privilege to be an assistant minister for operation at the Ministry of Internal Affairs under Mr. Salih.
All right, that's it. Put that thing down. Get to the main place. Put it down a bit, Nelson. Yeah. Put it down, Nelson, and get to the main place, get to the main spot for us to discuss this Miguel issue. Miguel is not saying anything new. So I want you to point to the place, my man, where you going? Why are you celebrating Miguel? What did he say you celebrating? Send it to us and we'll play it. But let me go to Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, a graduate from LU. Don't blame the executive. Blame the lawmaker. Don't blame the lawmaker. Blame the president. Don't blame the president. Blame the senators. Where are we with Miguel's story tonight? Why should we even believe that what Miguel is promising he will deliver? Why are we here with Miguel's story? Is there anything new coming from Miguel? Talk to me, Dr. Richardson.
Nothing new at all to me. We are going through a circular story with Miguel. He's at one point taking a jab at the legislature and saying, oh, the problem is with you guys. And at the other point, he's saying, oh, you never know how the country is ran until you in the seat. And, so I'm not really hearing anything new from him, but I'm not surprised. I'm really not surprised. Miguel sided with President Weah and they ran our country the way they ran it, which is definitely enriching themselves, and not having the money go down to the Liberian people. So I'm not surprised until I hear him. I'm going to give him some time, because I don't want to start up being the negative person. So I'm going to give him some time to see how much or what he's going to contribute to the Liberian people. I'm also watching. Miguel is also on. He's sanctioned. He's on the sanction list for bribing people, for taking kickback, and also I won't never forget the RIA road, because for every time I went to Liberia and drove on that road, I felt like I was facing death. And he was responsible for East Travel International, or whatever the company's name, East Travel International, East International, I believe. So that's how I feel. I'm waiting. I'm gonna wait and see.
Days, and Mommy, help us understand, man. Why are you celebrating my guest speech today?
So you see, Stanton, one of the fundamental problems we have in the country is how we have centralized everything in Monrovia. And there's this misunderstanding that when you have senators and representatives sitting on different committees from different counties, or the pro tem and the speaker from different counties, then the government is decentralized. Decentralization is a whole big concept. Most of the lawmakers, including McGill, today spoke about decentralizing resources. His emphasis, McGill's emphasis, were on how can we get the county development fund work and work better. That is one component of decentralization. Amara Kone was arguing and putting emphasis on how do you divert government to the point where the police can have presence in places where the police is not today. Revenue sharing between main government and county authorities. So I come on the
show. But don't go to Americana. Let's talk about Miguel. That Americana owner talking there.
Yeah, so I come on the show to say I appreciate 3 senators. And only one person you get problem with Miguel, no problem.
No. We are talking on Miguel. Well, let me get on Amara and the other people first.
So what Miguel said today is not anything new that have not been said before. I am impressed that Miguel have an idea about decentralizing government and come up on the first day of Senate to say we need to.
What was that idea 6 years ago?
Come again?
What was that idea 6 years ago? When he was empowered to appoint and dismiss, when he ran the government, what was that idea, Abula?
And I hear to defend Miguel says here.
No, you can't do that.
I come in. Miguel says here, Miguel file says here, record speaks for itself. He's unsanctioned for corruption by the greatest country in the world. It speaks to what he did in government. It speaks to his character. I'm not here to talk about Miguel's character. Miguel worked for 5 years in government. In fact, in the first year of Miguel in government, he acquired a house that everybody begin to question the source of the resources he used to acquire his property. In 5 years, he became sanctioned by the greatest country in the world. I believe in the U.S. evidence against Miguel. I believe he did what the U.S. is accusing him of. I got no problem with that. And I'm not here to defend his record. I am saying, in as much as he did all those things, which he should pay a price for, I was impressed that he's speaking about decentralizing government, getting county to work through county development funding, and we should begin to hold him accountable for that. But if we close our eyes on it, 2-3 months from now, I come on this show, if I have the opportunity, I'll be asking Miguel, you spoke about decentralization.
But who's going to stop you say if you have the opportunity? Who will stop you from coming?
Come again?
Who will stop you from coming before you say you have the opportunity? That's your show.
Okay, sure. Okay. Oh, man, things can change. Man, you want to get we're going to hear. You say, Mommy, we're talking about Miguel. Yeah, you might not count this show. Anyway, I just joking here. But on a more serious note, I'm not defending Miguel's record. I believe 100% what the U.S. government has against him. I am saying I was impressed that he's speaking about decentralizing resources.
Do you believe him, though?
Come again?
Do you believe he will keep he will keep those promises he made?
I'm optimistic he will do so.
Okay.
And that is why after 3 months, we'll come here to ask him, how far are you with your promise to ensure that county development funds are increased and counties are working on a decentralized structure? I'm optimistic he will do so.
Thank you, Mame. Thank you. You know, Mame, you can be too quiet sometimes. We gotta push you. And then by getting I can get in me because you know what? I'll keep Donald for last. Stevie, I mean, we just on McGill. We'll go through all of them. That today McGill might tell about decentralization. Stevie?
So Stanton, on this set, I think I have known McGill longer than almost everybody on this set. My first interaction with Nathaniel McGill, Samuel Twe, and many others was in 1999 at the University of Liberia. As a young student at the time, listening to McGill, the Twe, and all of those guys who were leading political institution on campus, we saw hope. Because every time they spoke on the Palaver Hut, that enthusiasm, that desire, fire burn in their belly for change, wanted to see the kind of Liberia. Even when the Taylor government became a banditory regime and how it was engaged by university student leader about bad governance, about corruption, and all of those things. We saw guys who, in our mind at the time as young students, who were sincere about the collective struggle of the Liberian people. They wanted change. They wanted to see a better Liberia. Fast forward, 2017, McGill now is given an opportunity where he became a de facto prime minister, controlling the government at every levels. What did McGill do? The first thing McGill did was to enrich himself at the detriment of the very same masses we've been fighting for all along. And so when I listen to his speech today, it reminds me about the first day of school. Everybody get new uniform.
That's a Becky. Can we mute, please?
It reminds me about the first day of school. Everybody get new uniform on. You're coming from the class. Nobody know who's really smart because you're coming from different schools. And everybody assume that they're all smart people gathering. You know, after first period exam, then the class will take shape. So I think those new student speeches and presentation, I don't know at what point between the election day and now McGill got an epiphany that he encountered Jesus on his way to Damascus. I don't know at what point. So I will wait and see. But I doubt that this short period McGill have seen the light. He's now fighting for the Liberian people. I'm yet to believe that. And so I will, Stanton will, for me, if it happens, it will be a miracle. But for now, I will not, to the extent, believe McGill. I thought the position he played just a few months ago in government, and compared to the level of impact he was able to make in the lives of the very same people today he represents. For example, Mark Gibby, what government policy did the government do to impact the people of Mark Gibby? The Bapolu he's from. Bapolu remains one of the poorest counties in Liberia. Nothing was done. The thing about it is, as I said, this is the first day of class. Everybody get on new uniform, and they're giving 3-minute speeches about what the semester will look like. Well, after the 5-period test, Center.
I agree with you. Something you said before we bring in Duadu. Your first day you go to a nursing school and say, why you want to become a nurse? They give you paper, you got to write it right there. Everybody giving their best, but go for your first clinical. Then you start scratching your head. The next thing I will say here again, they will also say, who are on the road up to Damascus when God appeared to them and they changed their name?
Now, Paul.
Oh.
Paul, you begin Paul.
Yeah. So my issue is that Mr. Duadu, I am not attacking Nathaniel Fallow McGill. That's my friend. But this is about Liberia. Why should we believe him now with all his promises, Mr. Duadu?
Stanton, y'all want to talk about one of your business. I'll be very, very measured in my tune, and I tend to talk very fast, but I want to be very calculated about what I'm about to say. And my people back home, I want you to listen to me very carefully. A man does not distance himself from his truest nature. He may mask it temporarily, but over time it's going to come up. I believe it was the turn of the century. There was a lady called Emmeline Pankhurst. She coined the phrase "deeds, not words," right? And talk about all the things McGill wants to talk about, or everybody in the legislature. Approximately 80% of everybody in our current legislature has actually served in the Liberian government. They don't need time. They've gotten sufficient time. Look, every time a Liberian person talks about, let's give a person time, let's do this, I cringe because we are dying. The Ethiopians were able to build a facility that can electrify about 30% of their population using garbage in less than 10 years. That's almost 36 million people. The Ethiopian built a dam in a span of 10 years that can electrify a third of Africa. In Kenya, from Mombasa to Nairobi, they're building rail line that's running 6 years to put this together. And we continue to tell our people to wait. Be patient. How long will we be patient when these criminals literally take the little meager resources that belongs to all of us and they use it for themselves, and yet and still you tell Liberians to be patient? Patient for what? When the average Liberian is going to die before the age of 60 years old, when by comparison, those in Japan will live to almost 85 years old. Those in America will live to almost 80 years old. And we are dying, and you have these young people. These people that know better. McGill claiming he had one shirt. You have one shirt, and now you build massive amount of buildings across the country. How many houses does one man need? I don't want to hear your lectures. I want these, not worse. I want tangibles. I want real change. I want change that I can go into Bapulu County and stay in a 5-star hotel. Do you understand that the Vietnamese hotels that are 10 times better than those you will have at Royal Hotel or Boulevard Party Hotel that cost $47? I've actually stayed in one of those hotels in Vietnam, in Laos, in Myanmar, because there is a movement of change. Look, you can literally make Liberia a middle-income country in 20 years if we attach a relatively high degree of seriousness to the people's business. We don't do that. You'll be patient. Patient for what? When pimping boys are dying, most of the young men in the country, they're going to have spinal issues in the country. When our young women are becoming prostitutes and you tell us to be patient, I'm tired of being patient. I'm sick of being patient. I want employment in my country. Honorable Braga has work to do. And I want this job to let our people laugh a little bit. Just to laugh a little bit. That's all I cry for every single day. Because I know we have the capacity now to change this country. If we really want this country to change, that's what I'm going to say. Let McGill talk all he wants. He has no spine to talk about anything that is relevant to Liberia.
I still want to catch, again, thank you very much, Mr. Duarte. This is very interesting. You know, we do not plan, there will be no way anybody say we plan Spoon Talk. No way. We just go into the conversation and we find a topic. That's why the people like us. I never thought we were going to talk about this thing, but it's so interesting today. That my man is making me so angry right now. My blood is boiling. You know? Yes, Stevie. But that's the issue, though. Thank you for joining us, Glenny.
My man, don't
the
put my man in
remains.
situation. The man spoke.
Yeah, man, I didn't put left for her to do it. But it's the issue. I want to find that thing that Maggie said today that made the change from Paul to Saul. That will allow Maggie to write 14 books in the New Testament. Romans, 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians, Galatians, Ephesians, Colossians, 1 Thessalonians, 2 Thessalonians, Titus, 21 Hebrew. 14 books. If you can quote them. When we were doing the Bible school thing, I want to see Maggie writing those books and saying, yes, I have changed from Paul to Saul. And I met Jesus Christ on the road to Damascus. What was this, Maggie? He was my friend. I know him very well. I can call Maggie any day he pick up. I like Maggie. But I like my Liberian people above Maggie. And that's why people don't understand me. I like friends. Y'all know that. But I like Liberians and Liberia as a whole above friendship. For 3.5 years or 4 or 5 years, Maggie work on a George Manor we are. What my old friend Abula made, he's going to decentralize. Where? But I like my brother Stephen Johnson. Let's give them 3 months and see. Let's understand what they will bring to the table. Look at my Gibby. Look at my Gibby. Sister Glenny, we out my game before. Yeah, you'll finish your Abula after Sister Glenny.
No,
We'll go to you.
crying.
Don't cry for Liberia. He cry for Liberia every day.
He said, "Swallow cry."
He cry for Liberia every day.
Also, you know what about? Don't be studying that thing. Stand on. I can get vet. Don't cry, but you get vet.
Glenny, the people are Nelson, are we to the main place of McGill because we got to move to the other senators? But let's hear from Glenny. Yes,
go ahead.
After your question, we'll bring in Glenny.
Well, McGill is put on the education committee, and then he talking about how he's going to decentralize Liberia and how he's going to go into the county funds and stuff like that. So there's a disconnect here that I'm not getting. And he has one foot like all the other representatives and senators. So I don't know. All right, go ahead.
Good question, Glenny. Go ahead. And you know, first day of class, before let me say this, everybody uniform clean and neat.
Johnny, you know who I met.
First day of class, everybody get recess. First day of class, everybody shining. You get your new shoe, your new white socks. Jimmy Jolocon, you shining, your hair cut, everything. You brush your teeth. No Chinese pepper, no Yanni pepper on you. You come from there, you fine. Wait for the Friday to come. Everything changed. Glenny, talk to us, yeah.
So interesting day. I also was able to listen to some of them. Some of some of what the panelists have said was interesting. Some people, I liked what Dylan said. Of course, Amar Conan, and yes, I listened to McGill from beginning to end, and I was not impressed because this is a man who came from a poverty-stricken background, who had an opportunity to do a lot for Liberian people in one of the highest positions there was, did nothing but enrich himself and he and his family. And then he's coming now for us to believe him. It's like you said, this is the first day report card. It's clean. Everybody you think will get it's almost like the highest bidder trying to make sure this is the car I'm selling. My car is this, but the car is old. It's the same McGill. So he has the burden of proof rests on him to say within 90 days, like Steven saying, to be able to change our minds on if he's going to have some deliverables. But based on his record, we have to look at his immediate record. We cannot believe in him. We cannot trust anything he's saying because of the record that he has set for almost, 3 years. In the end, you become a sanctioned employee of the government of Liberia. And then you're coming and you're asking, like Dr. Francis, so what is he decentralizing education? What is it that he's going to decentralize? Are they making education private schools for everybody, or nobody's going to be paying tuition? How is that? How does he have oversight on decentralization? It's almost like, talk to us about education, what you're going to do to improve the educational system in Liberia. Not something else. Decentralization, you got nothing to do with that. Tell us, I think what I wanted to hear from here is, my people, I've been given a second chance. So in this second chance that I've given, these are the things that I would like to work on, and I will hope that you will be able to either stand with me or give me an opportunity to make a difference, but not to come and act as if to say he's innocent of those things that he's done. We are going against their record, and I like the report card thing. It is important that they grade themselves, and we also must grade them. When we see what they're doing, and we will keep some of those recordings, we will do pointers for them, and after 90 days, if they don't, we need to point it out to them. We're not here for good speeches. We want to see deliverables. We want to see that they're making a difference, especially for those sanctioned employees, because we're going after their records. We're looking at what their reference is. He's his own reference, the work that he's done. You build a whole house with air conditioning and light for your mom, and then you're coming to us and you're saying, I'm going to make a difference? No. The burden of proof is on him. He has to prove to us that he has changed. But everything he said today was just show off. Like, I have an opportunity to speak, so I'm going to speak like a notebook. That's how I look at it today.
It's okay. And again, I'm not here to I'm not here to jump around and play fun because of friendship, but we all on this show to say our own piece. I can disagree with what you say. You disagree with what I say. That's why Spoon Talk. We do not, play into the game that we all have to agree. So I went back and listened to that clip again. Maggie is not saying anything new. Maggie is not saying anything new. Not coming on the side to pay somebody's school fee. Like Joe, we are celebrating. I pay my school fee. My used to come to me. I would take it SSI. Then I pay my school fee. Then my say I get one black hat. Somebody said no, that blue. He said that black. Seriously? These guys should talk on substance. And I will hold my responsible, folks, because he got everything to prove. He was there. He was under the water. He know the crocodile or the alligator from the lazy. Maggie kept Dr. Sonny at Minister of Education for 6 years. He refused to advise the president to fire Dr. Sonny. Money that should have been given for the ministry and the implementation to all colleges and schools in and around the country. Dr. Sonny damaged the area, he and his deputy, and Maggie then didn't do anything. Zero. But to please Maggie, put you on Minister of Education as chair. Then we must celebrate. Let Maggie tell us one thing he did. What was the advice to President George Manneh we are concerning Minister of Education? What was Maggie advice? When children were begging Mr. Cummings, please pay our teacher for us to go to school. When babies were sitting on the floor, nowhere to sit. We had over 60 students to one part-time teacher. What was Maggie advice to President George Manneh we had? You don't want us to talk it because of friendship. But I give it back to you, Mame. I agree with you. Let's watch them and see. But I'm not hopeful. I am not.
I am hopeful.
Well, they tell the guy right. He don't want to sing
your Liberian.
Stanton, they tell the guy right. He sang your song.
Yeah, that's his son, but he sent to our area.
Your son, that's the song.
Yeah, my son. Yeah, Baga, you want to distract me, don't mind. I'm your son.
I'm optimistic.
You want me to leave it, right?
I'm very optimistic that the statements made today by the senators, they will live by those statements. We got 90 days, 100 days, 6 months to hold them accountable for the promises they made. We are a group of think tanks here looking for champions around decentralization in government. One of the key components of decentralization is that issue that has to do with the county. It's just a small component, the county development fund. There's a whole revenue sharing component. There's a whole leadership component. Everything in the law. The only thing left is the enforcement of that law. The law is there. They have a 5-year, 10-year work plan already signed. The law, the Local Government Act has been enacted. The implementation plan has been done with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The only thing left is implementation. One of that component is how you can diverse resources to the counties. Amara Kone emphasized that today. McGill emphasized that today around County Development Fund. DeLong was pushing again on his same line that he came up with before when he took over. So I identified those 3 senators today as the one who are impressed by their statements. We will hold them accountable. We'll continue to push. And I say also that I disagree slightly with the position on audit. Senator Amara Kone said we should set the system and begin the audit from now. I think otherwise, that there has been financial operations, there have been administrative operations going on in the Senate. The same way we're auditing the George Weah administration from the executive from 2018 to 2023, we should audit the legislature from 2018 to 2023. The records are there. We can do it. We don't have to start afresh. We can go back 6 years and do it. Nyambly, as Protea, needs to know what she's taking over from, need to have a baseline of governance that she can measure her performance on, and it begins with auditing the Senate. No need to postpone it.
Thank you very much, Mwambe. It's very, very good layout. Let's talk about Nelson. Are you ready? Let's move to Amara Kone. Let's talk about Amara Kone. Let's put his picture up. What Amara Kone said today, we all listened to it. We'll play it briefly. But something about Amara Kone and his position he's taking on this audit and public account issue. Amara Kone, listen, guys, this is nothing personal. I'll be very, very objective here. Amara Kone served as finance minister. If today he's chair on audit and public account, we happy. But we shouldn't only limit this thing to Georgia government and the way forward. Can we go back to the Madam Salif government and talk about those past audit? So let me bring you in. Dr. Richardson, you listen to it. Amara Kone, his speech today on the floor.
Actually, I didn't listen to it, so I'll prefer for you to play the tape and then I'll listen to it.
Okay, let me go to Mr. Duadu. Did you listen to it, Mr. Duadu?
I listened to most of them, small, but not so much. They're saying the same thing, Stanton. And my thing is, these guys, in Liberia, there's a phrase, hopefully we can read a Liberian dictionary. I believe the phrase cajole is going to be in our dictionary. Can somebody mute, please? I believe that the phrase cajole should be in Liberian dictionary. Because what the guys are doing now, the senators, is they believe these empty speeches. It's going to cajole the people into believing that this first day of school, as Stephen Pote say, will actually win the people over. Liberian people, let me tell you something. Only one reason I can't show you. Only one reason. Or else I won't be here. I want your eyeball to open. The poor people get something and say, part the veil from your eye. You all can read about it. They say they log that in your eye. The people put a BB logged in your eye. You won't take it from there. If you don't stand up to these people, our children, your children, will have no future. These parasites, these leeches in the legislature, in the executive and the judiciary, they do not care about what happens to this country. Can you believe? Look, I want for you to open your eyeball and hear me something. Liberia is so rich. We are richer than Denmark. We are richer than Sweden. We are richer than Norway and Great Britain per capita. This is how rich we are. If the government of the Republic of Liberia is run at a 50% efficiency, that means we run it good. Only 50%, not 100%. $50, they eat it. That means no single Liberian citizen should live on less than 50,000 United States dollars per year. That's how rich we are. And this is what we are joking with. But the thing is, we don't know this. So we sit down and we say, this is the people's thing. It is not their thing. Mangil, look, we are not here for a long time, Sis Glendy. We are not here. We will die. How much money does one man need, especially if that money does not belong to you? It belongs to the people. If we got 100 million, take your 30 million, see different inside. Take the 97 million and cater to the people's business and leave a legacy. What our ancestors would say to us, leave a little legacy. I'm not saying you must be minister and eat dry rail, but when you're eating your whole ass and cabbage, can the people eat a little dry rail in peace? That's all I'm asking for. Give them job and dignity. It's all I care about. Stanton.
I waited for Nelson to put that thing out. At the end of Amara, the last 3 minutes, he said, what happened have happened. Let's build this thing and move on. No, what happened have happened, we agree. But we have to hold those folks accountable. To be morally right with this discussion, Stevie, as I come to you, my brother, we need to find a solution. But we cannot forget about our past. We shouldn't forget about our past. I don't know where you are with this discussion. I believe Amara is a farmer. He is a farmer. I respect him. And I think he's going to try his best because I cannot. And I don't want any Liberian giving any one of those senators 100% yet. Keep them at 50% level so they can prove themselves and they can elevate the GPA in the Senate. Right now, there's a problem. They are all sweet talk, Stephen Johnson. Until they can deliver, though. Not free talk. When those agreements, things that will push on the floor, the argument that will be made, they got to be transparent. Where are they with budget cut on the salary? Where are they with the engagement with the people and the money they're going to receive? Where are they? Can we mute Granny and Amame? Where are they when you talk about the fuel slip? And let's have some serious conversation here, Stephen. We got.
Amara is a. Oh, you're going to the stuff.
I'm sorry, say he ready to play because I believe that we all know that they are very good and decent people. I'm not going to cherry pick, but we'll hold them to the record and hold them for what they have done and what they intend to do moving forward. So let's play it, Nelson.
Of an 18-year-old to 10-year-old today is a $800 motorbike. That's the Liberian dream, folks. $800. It's not about going to school and acquiring technical skills and coming out and making a difference. It's just to get $800 to go hustle. Why? Because we have not created the alternative for them. That's not the real state. So government is inefficient, households are struggling. Then we come in, we politicize wages in the public sector, the biggest spender in the economy. We took from Peter, we gave it to Paul, we made both poor. Which means the purchasing power to business, the third component in our circular flow, does not get the purchasing and therefore is not able to pay the taxes that should pay these people to come around. That is why we take pay for 3 months, for 2 months, for Christmas, all that was happening here. So meaning this engine of the boss we call government, that includes government, household, and businesses, is not being well serviced every time they come here to us. Don't have access to any economy, not the global economy, not the Liberian economy to time. So I look forward to working with the Bon County senators to make sure that we can open up that place to connect it to the main economy on the Total highway. You're going to be bold here. Community forum all over the place. Constitutionally, let's ask ourselves here, do they have the right to arrest citizens under the Constitution? Or our laws, community watch forums? We've left the protection of the people to volunteer security men, who sometimes skew justice to their relatives. That is why the killing happened in my sister. We got serious problems. Why? Because we in the legislature make it our way. But there are 3 branches in our government. We the first branch. We divide the resources of this country. We tell the executive the president cannot spend a penny until we say yes. The president of Liberia cannot spend a penny until we say yes here. Our relationship with the other branch don't have to be cordial. But colleagues, our court system is corrupt. Justice goes to the higher bidder. That's not a credible state. We need to sit down and have a retreat, 3 branches in one room, one government, before we start separating powers and agree on the accountability framework for the 3 branches of government. They get work there, the executive get work here, we got work to do here. And our work.
So let's pause it for a bit. Let me bring you guys back on. Stevie, you heard Amara Corning. So one thing I would take away from there, he openly said on the floor, our judicial system corrupt. Talk to us, Stevie.
So Stanton, again, Amara and I worked together. Amara was my boss for 4 years at the Ministry of Finance, then later the Ministry of Finance Development Planning. He's a very decent guy, very passionate about his country. He's a workaholic. Many days we'll go home odd hours of the night doing the work of the Liberian people. I'm happy he's in the Senate, and here's why I'm happy. When we decided to do the budget many years ago, one of the things we thought was we wanted to make the budget very ambitious. Ambitious in the sense that we wanted to push our revenue people to the extent that the government will be able to collect sufficient revenue and to the extent reduce corruption. And so we stretch our revenues number to the extent that we were reaching beyond full capacity. The fact that he was part of that process to watch revenue grow and argue at the time from the executive angle that revenue must be spent in strategic areas that will increase or accelerate growth, thereby leading us to creating what was referred to as the growth triangle, the road from Monrovia to Bassa, the train track from Yekepa to Monrovia is considered the growth corridor. The reason it's considered the growth corridor is because 70% of our population lies within that corridor. So Amara watched that grow. He was a very active participant in ensuring that the growth corridor was established. Now he's on the other side of the coin, the side that will distribute the money. Because when you're on the other side that collects the money and say, let's invest in education, let's invest in health, let's invest in agriculture, let's invest in rural development, let's invest in infrastructure. When that budget goes to the legislature, they look at it and say, yeah, okay, our salary is small. You gotta increase that one. You gotta do this one. You gotta cut from this one. You gotta put it this one. Now he finds himself in a position where him and his colleague will now have a responsibility to decide which strategic area the money will go. I'm happy he's there. I'm very happy that he's there. And I want to see many Liberians from the other side on the other side so that they can see for themselves that when you push for reform on the executive and you go in the legislature, you have a fiduciary responsibility to push for the same reform you fought for many years ago. Because now you have you're in the position to divide the cake. But here's what I would say. Amara has the account and audit committee. When the GSC conducts an audit, that audit is sent to the legislature. I would think that Amara will begin, while you want to look at the audit of the current legislature, but to also review and look at those previous audit reports and also investigate them. They are important. Whether you're happening under Ellington, whether you're happening under whosoever administration, it's important for us to review all of those audits. And that those who are responsible must be held accountable. Look, you cannot build a decent society or you cannot build a country if you cherry pick. If you cherry pick, the law must be blind. That's why if you go at the Temple of Justice, you see Lady Justice as the symbol representing justice. And when you look at the symbol, she's blindfolded. There's a veil over her eye. The reason that veil is there is to indicate that justice is blind or should be blind in our case. Is it actually blind? And now some of the things he talk about the judicial. So I'm happy now he's in that position. Review those previous audits, conduct a current audit of the current legislature so that we all can know the exact status. You can be, and the thing is, you cannot beat in 65 million of the country budget and you refusing to avail yourself for audits. Well, now let me close on this note, Senator. When I was at the Ministry of Finance, I had a conversation with somebody and we were writing him a check, a government check of, I think it was 73 cents. So we were writing him a check of 73 cents. And he asked me the question and said, oh, my man, they printing, they sheet the check on, all the thing, why are you giving me a check of 73 cents when you can just put your hand in your pocket and maybe give me $1 and say carry, or give me $5 if I'm going to take it, go. My exact response to him, I said, public money, you have to account for every penny. So even if you owe somebody 1 cent of public money, they has to have a receipt to show that that particular money was spent to the person. This is how public accountability should be. This is how our public bureaucracy should operate. That every penny of our public money should be accounted for. And I'm happy that some of these people who have served in the executive in top position, where they had the opportunity to shift public policy, and now themselves part of the conversation to determine where funding will go. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much. I asked Nelson to bring us. Nelson, can you? I like this part of MRI Corner presentation today, guys. I do. They need to order themselves. So let's hear from MRI.
My intervention. I think when we try to look at the money, that now they sent a budget of $600 million. 95% is recorded expenditure. Where the magic is going to come from to program the thing for graduates? over the next 100 days. This is where I talk about managing expectations, because we will have to look at our budget here. We'll have to look at revenue side, expenditure side, and now depending on the quality of our appointees, the president-elect will be standing here. It will take time for them to fix this thing. And in closing, yeah, coming close now. In closing, and this is to all of us, the challenges are many. This is a difficult job that we've been given to the Liberian people. Difficult. So the president-elect, the appointees is standing here, they have to be on top of their game. We need to look for character and integrity. We need to know who they know here, the societies, the fraternities they in. I'm going on that. All right? We need to know what these people have accomplished in their careers.
Thank you. We need that where he spoke about audit the Senate is very
But
important.
you listen to that last part about the people, my man, that's why he posted, right?
What?
No, I mean, he said something about people who come into work, they didn't know what they serve or something.
Yeah. I will speak on that.
We understand that too. That way the people. We do not have enough time to play everybody 100%. The whole 16, 17 minutes they spoke about. I just want us to just take this auditing portion. That was good from Amara, and I hope Yombly can bring that on the floor, and they all can agree to come up with some kind of understanding that they should be audited. What kind of audit? Then we can talk about forensic audit, compliance audit, or you guys know it out there. And then we can talk about it also. Joseph Braga can somebody in front of them for confirmation. And those people have character or other issues. I think that's what Amara was talking about also. They should reject them, but they should also advise the president-elect, listen, send us people that are credible, that can make our job easy. I was speaking with one of the senators, and they are willing to reject those nominations that will be coming from Joseph Yima Bwaka if those people have issue with the Liberian people and they have history of corruption, history of stealing, and history of those things. They are saying that they will reject them. So Yombly's job will be damn high. Her job will be crazy. I understand the compromise she have found herself in to be pro temp. Given the time, I believe Yombly will be having some serious issue fighting those men. How many women? 2 women. Yombly make it 3. But those men, she will have some serious issue fighting them. And I hope she can put up and fight them to the last. Guys, let's move from Amara Corner. I think he did extremely well today. Not 100%. Their presentation, I want us to go through a lot of them. The next person on the agenda, I'm begging you, let's move from Amara Corner small.
Man, you call Amara.
Whenever you talk about Amara Corner, then you talk about Mambe Bapalu brother. But you know, I'm not gonna get small here. Mambe gets small here. Everybody from Bapalu gets small here. Yeah,
it's not.
No,
they get small here and smart.
Yes, very smart indeed. But I want to say, listen, we gotta watch them. I'm keeping an eye on few folks, and I will give you the name. If I go not from Bapalu, from Bomi.
If I go to you where you try, bro, I want to talk it because you're not here.
Yeah, but yeah, leave Fagon alone. He's not from Bapalu. But I beg you guys, real quick, let's bring in the next video. Who do we have next? Next, Nelson. I think it's Emmanuel Nukwe. I think he's next. Nelson, who do we have?
Yes, it's Senator Nukwe, but the video for the audit is up. Can we have it quickly?
Yeah, go ahead. Bring it in real quick. And make it real Amara again. Nelson.
No sound.
Nelson.
Both financial systems here. Even if the money is plenty, we don't call it, no problem, but let's account for it going forward. That way, every public money, I'm not here to disrupt any system. I'm not here to look back. But Madam Protem, colleagues, going forward, every year let's audit ourselves. Every year, let whoever administration sort of work with the ways and means ourselves. Let's begin to put financial systems here. Even if the money is plenty, don't call it, no problem, but let's account for it going forward.
So this is important.
Everybody serious on the other one.
Yeah. That's why I go to this is important. Let's talk about it briefly. Dwadu. Let's talk about this other thing. Amara and I hit some bad nerve. Okay, Amara turned to Yombly and said, "Madam Protein, every year, let order ourselves. What say you?"
I will let you talk about your Amara thing. I will talk about another thing. Let me tell you something about the word crocodile. A lot of people think it's an adjective, but sometimes it can be a verb. It can be an adverb, and sometimes it's used as a preposition. That's all I think Amara talking. To me, personally, it's complete lie. Those senators will do what the senators do because there is no reason why. There is no reason why they should do the right thing. I cannot be fooled. Every single Liberian understands this. Look, illegal when we dissolve the legislature, they have no place in Liberia. Do you think anybody deserves $1.5 million to do the job in Liberia as a budget for any representative, senator, or anybody of that kind? Do you know people in the Eastern European bloc? If you live in Ukraine or Russia and you're making $500 a month, that's a lot of money. Does anybody in Liberia legislature deserve $500,000 to run their office, especially if they have 5 or 6 people working there? When the average Liberian lives on less than $500 per year or $600 per year. We take the money, we allocate the lion's share of our budget, over 90% to running the government. I don't care what kind of audit Admiral Cunning does. That doesn't excite me. You know what excites me? Take 30% of our budget and put it towards education. And let them get a proper high school in Riverside County. That's what excites me. Let's up the capital development in the country. Go to Boswan High. Go to Bummy. And put this money into health and education. Why should anybody in the legislature, while we pay for their scratch card, their eating paying, their girlfriend horse rent, their personal rent, their gas slip, they give them car? Why? The great United States with a $24 trillion.
Are you calling for them to cut the budget?
Not just the budget. I want to even dissolve the legislature.
No, they cannot dissolve the legislature. Let me realistic now.
Yes,
they cannot. No.
It's been done. Let me finish.
No, they cannot. Let them go. No, Dwadu.
Let me finish my point.
I will interrupt you, Dwadu. You see, here's the problem. Here's the problem, Dwadu. As much as you are angry, and I'm angry also, we got to fight for Liberia, but let's be realistic.
It is realistic.
They cannot dissolve.
Let me finish my point. Look. When the French were getting ready to develop, they dissolved the legislature. The Americans did not become a democracy until the 1960s. The British, the Australian, you go into China, the Mao Zedong, you go into South Korea with Kim Jong, all these guys, we cannot develop with these kleptocrats, these leeches in the legislature. They're not doing anything on behalf of the Liberian people. We are spending another $65 million United States dollars every single year to pay leeches that are doing nothing but to fill their pockets and build mansions for themselves so they can live on air conditioning. If you continue to sit there, those boys will eat every money in the judiciary, in the executive. If you don't stand up for this, the legislature is not doing. They're the reason why we are so corrupt and so far behind. Liberia is the last country on earth in everything. The last country. We are nothing. And we say that we give people all that kind of plenty of money.
But
I beg you guys.
Yeah, I don't think it is the structure of government that is corrupt. It is not the structure that you have an executive, you have a judiciary, you have a legislature. It is not those structures that are corrupt. It is the fact that we keep electing the wrong people to those structures. So I think also while we look at them, premium should also be placed on the law qualifying people to go to those structures too, and the sophistication of the people voting for those people to go to those structures. So it has to be looked at from a broader context so that we don't get blame the structure and not the people in the structure. Because, for instance, Dwalu, if you went to the legislature, if 50 or Dwalu went to the legislature, can anyone argue that we should dissolve the legislature if you went there to fight for your people? Of course not. Because now you have people of brutal character, people who are flow fighter, and people who want to see change leading the way. So it is not the structure of government that is corrupt. It is actually the individuals that are within those structures that have the issue. I just thought to make that point.
Glenny. Go ahead, Glenny. Dr.
No,
Richardson
I
will
don't
come
want
to
to
you.
lose my train of thought because
ahead,
I
Glenny.
kind of disagree with Stephen. We have to look at the structure because that's what's being built. So if you're building a structure where people are allowed to be corrupt, they will be corrupt. So if you build a very high budget and they come in there and they know that they have the ability to continue
the budget,
to
Glenny?
use. No, I'm just saying it's part of the structure.
And a human being, not a structure.
No, but yes, but if you build, why would you want to give them such a high budget? When you have to build schools, you have to build hospitals. Why give them an opportunity where they can be able to get But lastly, let me finish. To Dwalu's point, I also want to ask Dwalu. I don't know if Dwalu listened to the full speech of Amara Kone, because one of the things he mentioned in there is that Liberia is the only African country that spends so much money with their legislature. So it's something that he's already condemning from the concept that we're spending so much money. We need to look into it and probably cut some of these budgets down. That's the 2 points I wanted to make.
Yeah, but I'm going to stick with you 1 minute before Dr. Richardson comes in, Glendy. I sat with Stephen. And Mama, you'll take us home on this one. Please be patient with us. It's not the structure. It's the individual that are implementing through the structure. Let's just agree for one bit, Glendy, that it is so bad. But imagine 11 senators. The people fired them. 11. And they brought in 11 new senators. The pro-tem today is Yombli Kanga Lawrence. She's been fighting alongside with Darius DeLong. If we talk about the structure, I can only agree with my brother Duadu that we call for cut in the budget. But we said to dissolve everything.
Okay, we tell a second.
Oh, my man, bye. You see the mechanism interrupting you, Kimba. Yeah, man.
But we don't have to dissolve it. We can look at what the structure's being built and see how we can cut it down.
Go for cut into the budget. These people making 7,000, 8,000. It should be harmonized. The car mechanic repair money and all this little small yama. Cut it down for the sake of the people and let these people feel the pinch and they can sacrifice for the country. Now, you don't have to be a senator. If you say the money too small, don't take it. Don't run to be senator. Stay where you are. And the important thing, and you know, I will be hard on all these guys and check them every year, like Amara said. But to say it can't happen, I doubt it can happen. Because if we push the law, if we push Yombli, Amara, Edwin Snow, if we hold them responsible and the rest of them, these guys now will succumb to say yes. For the sake of Liberia, we need to reduce our budget. But to say Duadu, destroy the entire thing that was created and say we must be like the German, be like the American. Duadu, don't do that thing, man. Duadu, you are fine. You are okay. You are comfortable. As an independent private investor, you're okay. We know your history, Duadu. You get 3-4 buildings, duplex in the country. You get 10 here in America. We understand that you can survive. We need a system, and we need to run on a system. So we'll skip you and go to Dr. Richardson.
You know, I got distracted a little bit and didn't hear what you guys were saying, but I wanted to just add that there's a saying that says garbage in, garbage out. So the people who put in the information or build the structure, that's the outcome that you're going to get. If you have people who thinking bad about the structure, your outcome will be bad. So I can see where Glendy is coming from. On the other hand, specifically about Amara Kone, I will give the legislators about 3 months, and I think it's only fair to them. Today is the first day of class, so a lot of them are saying these impressive things. But what I took away from what he was saying, he said he's going to have the most powerful anti-corruption body. I was like, say that again, what? You know, this man was part of one of the most corrupt government, the Ellen Johnson government, and she herself said it. She said her government was so corrupt that it was almost like a cancer. Okay, how do you come around and when you are in the position of fighting against corruption? Now you're saying that you'll be the most powerful anti-corruption organization. How am I supposed to believe that? I think I find it challenging and difficult to believe that. And secondly, I think that his focus was on so many things. I heard American talk about expanding mobile internet connectivity. I heard him talk about drug enforcement. I heard him talk about rehabilitation. I heard him talk about liberalization policy. I heard him talk about accountability, which of course I think that's part of his job. But there was so many things. I think that he would do better just focusing on one thing, which is auditing. If that's his skill, that's the committee he's on. For now, he can put a lot of his energy into that, and then maybe perhaps spread out and listen to what the other people have to contribute to the organization. But I was very, very disbelieving of him when he talked about anti-corruption.
Can I address that issue?
No, you cannot. You got to hold on because Mama got to speak. I know you and Duadu want to come in.
Yeah, I want to address that. Comment.
But the reason before Mama come in, I think Amara, I may disagree with him on other issue, but now he's representing Populu. He's part of it now. When he speak on those issues, I want to give him that 3 months. And I think that we'll hold him responsible on the 3 months. But to say, anyway, let me leave that alone before.
Let me just talk 10 seconds.
Anyway, Mame, say your own now before we get the guys in 30 seconds each.
No, let's even talk 10 seconds, please.
Mame, say your own. Mame, say your own. You can't do that because Dualu wanted to come in with start Dualu. Mame, talk about.
August, go away. I wanted to get 10 seconds of Dualu and Stephen, but let me go ahead. Look. And the reason I wanted to do so because I wanted them to clear their chest. I don't disagree 100% with Dualu. I can call for the dissolution of a legislature. I mean, the separation of power between the three black structure of government has proven to be the best and most effective in the world. Is that why you want to destroy? Because the people working in the system are ineffective? I disagree. But I agree that we should rationalize how we spend on the legislature. And I've done something on that before. For heaven's sake, why should we have 3 legislators from the New Bridge to Vatan to Simple Bridge? 3. Why should we have 3 legislators from the New Bridge Sleway to Vamoma House? 3 legislators. Why? Because few people sat down and say, when you get 15,000 persons, you must have 1 representative. Because they wanted to give job to their friends. Even when we did the census, and the census said that counties did not qualify because they did not have the population, they went and passed a resolution to create seats for people. So I agree. We need to rationalize how we spend on the legislature. For example, 3 legislators in 5 years, the money you spend on them and their staff is $3.2 million. Between Simple Bridge to Vatan, 5 years, you're spending $3.9 million on 3 persons. If you have 1 representative between Simple Bridge and Vatan, what will happen to the people? Will they die? And you take that $3.2 million and build schools and hospitals between those 2 places, what will happen to the people? So I agree we need to rationalize on how we spend on the legislature, but we need to maintain the structure and put good people inside to ensure check and balance. Not to destroy it, not to say cancel it, but let's think more about why are we having so much legislators? It is so much of the money when the people they're representing themselves do not have schools and hospitals. That's where I would take it to be. Not to cancel it, but to string it a little bit so that we spend more on the people than spending on those who representing them.
Okay. All right, Mama, thank you very much. Can we also talk about the reduction in the term? 9 years. Don't you think it's a problem also? That whole 9 years thing? Why somebody will be there for 3 terms and you talk about 27 years, like Prince Johnson going to be? Why you can reduce the thing from 9 years to 6 years or 5 years?
Yeah.
Why you have to do whole 9 years? It's too long.
Too long.
And that's what makes these people complacent. I can serve only one term, 9 years, and guess what happened? If you don't take me back, no problem. I've enriched myself. There's no angel on that place, on that floor. No angel. But again, I agree with you, man. Let me give 30 seconds to Eduardo, then Steven will take us home on this one.
On the issue of the structure, look, I want even one dissolve the entire government, put it under United Nations stewardship for 20 years, and restructure the entire system. In fact, a few years ago, I wrote a paper called Restart Liberia and Build a New Foundation. Anybody can Google the paper, check it out. And I'll list the new structure that we should have in our country, dissolve the entire government, put it on ECOWAS or UN stewardship for 20 years, restructure the entire
the two places you call it are corrupt institutions.
Abula, wait, let him enter a Tabata. Go ahead.
Let him finish.
If you want, let me say, I'm not do that. If you want, you can take the entire structure, we can set up a new system where, look, what is the legislature doing? Meme said this. Let's think about it. This is a 5 million people legislature, okay? Divide the country up into 5 zones. Each zone get a top, no more than 5 representatives, 2 senators. If you want to do that, okay, we can have a unit. Why we get 73 men in that place and women? Can you really tell me that a country of 5 million people, do you know the population of, let's say, California, for example? Do you know this population? How many representatives are coming out of Texas? We are so small, we just choke on that place. The manager that plenty, put Liberia on a stewardship for 20 years, restructure the entire system, dissolve the entire government, and let's start over. We can't take something from somewhere. We have not indigenized this thing to our condition. We just bring it in, or it will work. For what thing? We'll be turning around whole day. Nothing will happen. Steven, come in and come talk.
No, before Steven comes in, he comes. Steven, let me hold you right there. You say that it must dissolve, okay, and go on ECOWAS. We passed that case study.
But we're not dissolved before, though. By the way,
hold on now. Don't answer your own question. We had ECOWAS taking care of us just after the war. We had ECOWAS taking care of interim government. United Nations taking care of interim government. Did they help us? No. Tuadu, let's be realistic. I know you're hurt. I know you're mad. But we cannot destroy the structure that is in place. We only help to improve the structure if we hold those that are running the structure responsible. So let me bring in Eduardo. You are asking for the population of California is 38 million and change. 38 million folks living in California. We are only 5.5 million. Steven Johnson?
Let me just quickly run on Dwalu's last point. You know, Dwalu, we have to be realistic. We have to be very realistic. Those are nice ideas, but to say that will mean that we are discrediting all of us on this platform, that we don't have what it takes to lead a country, and I strongly disagree. I just believe that we've empowered the wrong people. And if we must move Liberia into the right direction, we have to empower the right people. Liberia issue is not that we don't have the capacity to move our country. It's not the issue. You have the capacity. Everybody on set here, including thousands and thousands of people listening to us, have the capacity. The challenge has been, how can we utilize the capacity of our people and those with the requisite skill set, put them in the right position for them to be able to move our country into the right direction. That has been our challenge. And on the issue of the dissolution of the legislature, the reason I say this is we've seen, for example, the likes of Dillon, Senator Sogbe, Yombli Kaga, and other fighting in the legislature demanding change and change happening. We've seen results. We've seen them go to Senate every day. We've seen them argue for position. We see change happening. So it tells us that the change can happen. What we need is that we need more flow fighters. So instead of it just being the few senators that are fighting every day for the Liberian people, let's assume we have 16 of them in the Senate, 16, which is the majority. 37 of them in the legislature, in the House of Representatives, 37 flow fighters like Yeke, 37 of them in the House of Representatives, 37 somebody like Yeke in different, or not, you know, not the unorthodox way, but in that kind of desire to want to see change, fighting 37, which will constitute a majority, and 16 senators fighting for change. Liberia will transform. Liberia will transform, because the reason why Liberia will transform now is because you have a whole group of change agents fighting in one direction, and in the majority in those institutions that need those change. So the issue here is not because the legislature is not effective. No, the issue here is because we have the wrong people going to those institutions, and they thereby become ineffective, thereby representing the entire set. Now, that's the first thing. Corruption. You know, when I look at corruption, I hate for us to paint, you know, everybody with a broad brush. That will not be fair. In every government, there are three groups of people in every government. There are good people, there are bad people, and there are ugly people. By serving in a government does not, even if the government was considered corrupt, does not automatically translate to mean that everybody who works in our government is and was corrupt. For us to do so, we'll also say that Joseph Baga is corrupt. And of course, we know he's not corrupt. There are many good people. John Molu working in that government. Can we argue that he's corrupt? Of course not. Gafwan and many other Liberians serve reputable character in Ellen government. They were not corrupt. So we have to say that, because Amara is saying he will build a corrupt-free institution when he's serving Ellen government, would mean that I think that would be wrong. It would be unfair. It's like saying everybody else who work in Ellen government or in George we are government will be considered corrupt. I don't agree. I just thought to make that point.
And you know what? We got to move on. We got to bring in DeLong statement today. But I agree with you, Stephen Johnson. Not everybody that work under Madam Salif found themselves on the rope when you talk about corruption. Not every one of them. Most of them, by the way. But we can still question Amara Conan, Augustine Gafwan. We can still question them. We can still question them. They play with the money. You know, they were there. There's an allegation out there that some of them hands were in the cookies jar. But it is not confirmed and it's not proven. I mean, audit were done, continuous audit. If anybody get anything on Amara Conan, bring it up. Anything on Augustine Gafwan, bring it up. Anything on Boima Kamara, bring it up. Anything on the past ministers and those that work under Madam Salif, bring it up and we'll share it. But for now, I like the decision. I like the stand. I like the statements some of them are making right now for us to bring reform. I have a little strong, just a little, you know, seriously, that I think the new 55th will try the best and do better. Okay? I don't know. Some of them.
New uniform, man. New uniform.
I tried to side with my man because the man went in the back and text me and said, CEO, but I can't on my side. So I tried to side with him, but let me make it better. The man just text me, I'm not for you. But I would say this to you, though. You know, it's hard. It's very hard because you get bit over there. You get some of those hardcore guys then that all the left, they never say money till they came into job money we are government and they become multi-millionaire, rich. So right now, they got to prove themselves. Right now, they got to tell the Liberian people, because our sister Glenn says second chance. Imagine. Can they reduce the salary? Can they cut their income? Those are some of the reform I expect Yombly to jumpstart. Can they talk about reducing the length of time in the Senate from 9 years to 6 years? Can they all agree? Can they talk about avoiding the buying new brand cars after every year or every 2 years or every 3 years, and nothing wrong with their old cars? Can they give more to the county than to themselves? Can they be transparent enough with these concessions and different agreements? Now, it's not about our agreeing on everything. When you talk about road project, who are they giving this bill to, Stephen Johnson? Public were just running crazy, creating their own institution, their own company, like in the part of the representative. Everybody get their, how you call it? Their own company, their own road company. Everybody. Sir Joseph, Thomas Fala, all of them. So these are the reform we are asking for. And a lot of people say they depend on DeLong, Yombly. Now you get Americone, Bocha Subway, Javon Smith. Let's name them. Deba Vabala. Can we add Alex Starter? Can we depend on Edwin Snow? Zoe Penno? Look at Mo. Mo. How you call him? Prince Moe. Johnny Quay is coming on. Momo Cyrus is coming. Can it be strong to ask for a total reform? You have eaten enough. Cut your salary down. $3,500 a month. You can't need to get paid.
Little eat last.
Little eat last. I dare you say that. You'll not be re-elected. I mean, that's the point. These are the reform, my brother Eduardo. We shouldn't say you're going to deserve it and you're going to say that no. But let's hold these guys responsible. Let's ask Yombly, can you bring this on the floor? Can you take a vote on this? Reduce your salary. If civil servants don't get paid yourself as a lawmaker. The people don't have to demonstrate in front of finance ministry and you're getting paid. When the people get paid, then you get paid.
Can I ask you one question?
Yeah, but
do you know one system? Well, a question for anybody on the show. Do you know one system on God's green earth since the inception of mankind that has changed without drastic measures and become a true developed country? One system. Anybody? Any country?
No, but
no, I want you to know. Answer that question.
But you get the question and we say yeah, we say no.
Yeah, but you want
the country is
Duadu. This system is a system that we should work around, work through, and work over and work on.
Aggressive.
Okay? It wouldn't be aggressive, Duadu. Let me say this. Let me ask you a question, Duadu. Duadu, let me ask you a question. Hold on, Steven. Let's see if we can tie Duadu a little bit before we bring in DeLong. Duadu, I want you to grade the performance of DeLong. What would you say?
On a scale from 0 to 10.
Yeah, Duadu, grade DeLong tonight. Give us a score for DeLong tonight, 0 to 9.
I'll give DeLong a 6.
Why you giving him a 6?
I give DeLong a 6 because the efforts of DeLong has limits. And the limitation, the reason why I'm not even going above 6, because I don't think with DeLong substantially made the collaboration that he needed to get over the finish line. Now, he did enough as an individual.
Do you need more of DeLong in the Senate?
Obviously, yes. I would say yes all day.
So that if you would say yes, Duadu, that you get DeLong 6 and you need more.
Yeah.
Well, I want you to grade Yombly Kanga Lawrence.
Yombly, I will put Yombly maybe around a 5.
Do you need more of Yombly?
I'm a man.
No, hold on 1 minute now. Let's settle this thing with Duadu. Do you need more of Yombly in the Senate?
The reason why I get Yombly 5, Yombly been a little bit longer than DeLong.
Do you need more of Yombly in the Senate, Duadu?
Anything over 5, I need more of that.
Okay, but let me say something to you. So why you want to dissolve them? Let me
tell you why. Because let me tell you.
If you had let me finish. Let me learn this. You tell me why. Yes, you need. Yeah, I gotta go.
Okay.
You got DeLong. You got DeLong.
Correct.
They don't try to bring in other people like him that we can hold and say yes. They don't keep on the set.
Yes.
And he said, Bocha is fighting along with me. He said it. He said Yombly is fighting along with me. He said it. He called Javon Smith. It's fighting along with me. They don't call 7 lawmakers, 7 senators. If DeLong can believe in them and you believe in DeLong, why you want that place to be dissolved?
But I don't even understand, how are you grading DeLong based on other people's performance?
No,
this is great DeLong.
But I answer the question one at a time now. You said grade DeLong. What am I using to grade DeLong? What am I using to grade DeLong? Let me ask you the question.
You answer before you ask a question?
No,
why you
not letting me answer your question? Because if you confuse it, you're not providing clarity with the people. Ask your question one at a time, that get full clarity. Let me answer Sis Glenny, because she came in and she overshadowed your question. Why am I using Honorable DeLong and grading with 6 using other people's measure? Sis Glenny, no senator is individual in the Senate. You can be as good as you want to be, but your entire performance or the grade you get will be dependent on how much you can influence others in the Senate. So DeLong's performance is also predicated upon how other people behave. Whether he's had any influence over it, that's not beside my point. Look, Liberian people, let's stop this nonsense about, oh, don't be a perfectionist. It's not being a perfectionist. What I'm trying to say, I ask a simple question, and Skinter, and everybody skipped that question. I want you to name one country in the world that we consider a developed country that was not changed, that was changed without some form of degree of aggression or force introduced. Go to China, go to America, go to France, go to Britain, go anywhere. What I'm trying to say is we keep doing the same thing over and over and over and say, oh, let's give it time. It's not about time.
Let me answer your question.
Time. Answer my question, Meme.
You see, there's a theory about latecomer. There's a latecomer theory. The latecomer theory says when you come last, there's a high benefit of enjoying and copying what the people who came ahead of you did.
The advantage of backward.
The advantage. So, because China did it before, America did it before, all the mistakes they made, and they decide, like for America, for example, all the mistakes they made, they realized that the best system to have is to have 3 branches of government that makes accountability divided between people.
Correct.
So when we come to design our development plan, our strategy, the only thing we're doing is not to repeat the mistakes they made.
Correct.
But to say, okay, these people realize that the best thing to do was to have a 3 branches of government. So we have a 3 branches of government.
Correct.
But not to go and use the same force they've been using before, for which they had to change now.
Have we taken what we've learned from them and incorporated them into our system?
So the question I was answering to you, the question I was answering for you is, we coming late and realize all the mistakes those people make.
Are we capitalizing on those mistakes?
Let's go ahead and avoid those mistakes.
Are we avoiding those mistakes?
Decision to make into the structure of government that we realize.
We have 170, almost 76 years. Have we incorporated that into the system? Yeah, 1 second. Have we incorporated that into the system? We have not. So we're not learning from the mistakes.
Yeah, it's not a
would the Senate be any different if you had 20 persons there who are fighting like Dillon?
Absolutely.
Thank
you. Why you want to dissolve it?
So then so it means the problem is not the institution.
No.
The institution in all of
the problem there is and that's the point I want to make here. The problem is not the institution as a legislature. No. Yes. So if you move everybody that in the legislature now and you replace them with 103 Liberians who fighting for the country, who got integrity, who do the one, would that legislature be the same? Of course not.
Let me answer your question. We have a judiciary. Okay, it has all the laws in the book. There's a contrast between what you constitute a system and what is a structure. The system we have in Liberia is not structural. It's just a system. It's a non-system system. So structure is different from systems. Let me tell you something. We have a structure in Liberia where we believe that it's modeled after the Americans. Actually, it's not modeled after the Americans. This thing was bootlegged and brought to Liberia, and we just convoluted it and made it into yama yama, and we say it's modeled after the Americans.
We gotta go, guys.
Call a judiciary, but don't perform like a judiciary.
Okay, we gotta go.
We have to 30 seconds, Stanton, please.
Thank you, my man. Real quick.
No, you gotta keep the conversation interesting, my man.
We gotta bring in the conversation.
There is an alternative for everything. If you cancel a legislature and only have a president, you sooner or later you will regret that you have a
That's not my suggestion.
No, I'm saying you we cancel the legislature.
Yeah, but doesn't mean we do.
So my point is, Stevie, if you cancel the legislature and you only have a president with all the executive power in your hand, sooner or later you have a dictator who is not being checked and
he will be out of control.
No. I said cancel the legislature.
All right, but let's go, guys. I beg you guys.
You should have waited.
All right, let's go. All right, let's go. Thank you very much. Oh boy, Dualu, I disagree. We will not cancel nothing. We'll fight them.
That's fine.
We'll fight them. We'll ask for the reform that we're asking for. The Liberian people deserve better. They can change their salary structure. They can audit every year. They will bring about term limit that reduce that thing from 9 years to 6 years or so. It's too much long of a time to make them so complacent that they can continue stealing. I like the fact that we have people like DeLon, Yombly, they have all realized that now it's time to better our country. You have a lot of folks, Jonathan Balls, Charles Subway. You have a lot of people that are willing to say no to corruption.
And so one interesting piece you need to add to the conversation is, and I just want you to we because this now is Dylan then government, because last government was an opposition.
Exactly.
So let's add that piece and see
So
how they
imagine
will.
that in that job we are saying something and the people that wrap around, they don't and say we sedition, we force it to pass. That you only got to bring it on the floor. That you only got to talk about it. She got to twist arm. So if you get Apple Chase say I'm on public way as chair, and I can go to the public work minister and pass this thing and steal money, we'll hold Yombly responsible. Though he's the chairman on public work, but then we depend on Yombly. We depend on DeLong. Emmanuel Nukwe, given a position today, DeLong speaking, foreign affair, Chairman DeLong. And you go bring somebody like Kemaya in front DeLong, say foreign minister, and they don't keep him there, DeLong will recommend his dismissal. And Dwalu, I beg you, my man, we are not disagreeing with you harshly, but we're saying like give it a chance.
Yeah, but
like,
we're giving it a chance. It's an alternative.
It's a new day for Liberia.
Please ask us to grade DeLong.
So what we're going to do is that at the end of the day, we will hold them responsible. We got 9 years, but you know what? This is in the power of the people, Steven. We can recall them. In the first 2-3 years, if you get $1 million or so, you can go into a county and get 10,000, 15,000 signature. You can go in a district and you can fight for a recall. You ask Liberian to contribute, they will contribute. If the people are messing up and they do not want to bring that reform we're asking for, we go there and say, can you recall this person? Gather the votes. People will be willing to support your effort because that man is involved in corruption. Albert Chase should have been recalled a long time ago. But what happened? He was on CDC payroll till America brought sanction on him. So we should sit together and try to reform the system. Let's talk about DeLong clip. Now, Nelson, where are you?
When we put the clip, I want to create DeLong too.
Yeah, I just want you to know, says nobody may oversays here for me. Nobody may oversays.
Yeah, all right.
We're great DeLong.
Go ahead, play the DeLong clip.
Those who they elected, they believe that these personnel can bring about the change. We dare not fail. Our people want jobs. They don't want handout. Our people want empowerment. They don't want patronage. Our people want dignity. They don't want secret fencing. And I hope the Liberian Senate is 55th. Will maintain the hope of our people and stand firm in doing check and balance. I am confident the faces are seen, the caliber of people in this ground, the professionalism people bring to various issues. I am confident we honor the leadership of our pro-tem. I'm confident that we'll do our best for our country and people. As chairman on foreign affairs, I'm humbled and I want to express my gratitude to my colleagues, my distinguished colleagues, for reposing the confidence in us. We read the TOR of that committee. We are confident that we'll do the job. We will engage with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs so that we can have a broader perspective of Liberian diplomatic relations and missions across the world. We will follow up all issues that are affecting Liberians and their well-being, especially when it comes to consulates and embassies around the world, Liberian consulates and embassies around the world, issues that are delaying and or stalling the issuance of passport to Liberians or Liberia. Check the time. Which category of Liberians require Liberian visa to come home to Liberia? We will be looking at all of those things. And then we can assure you that with God being our God, we will not fail. Thank you. God bless you.
And no, not everything. Why they call they don't usher like that?
Because they want me to respond.
All right. But you know why? I would say this. I don't want you to respond though. Let me say this.
The mirror not great.
No, I'm feeding you.
You're feeling great, my man.
Go.
I just want we just jump on this thing because we are having Delon tomorrow as our guest.
Yeah.
Delon is joining us tomorrow as our guest. I want to give him the time that he can come explain his TOR for the chair on foreign affairs and talk about the new Senate. We will give this time. I want us to just roll over a certain question I have, but I will wait for Delon tomorrow. It's very important. But as you can see, he's been fighting. He's a fighter.
Yes.
CDC came around him 3 times to knock him out.
Yeah.
And he won. The Liberian people stood with Delon. When Delon made a mistake, he said, listen, I erred. To err is him to forgive is divine.
Yes.
And I'm asking you for your forgiveness. They don't been fighting and they've been fighting him. I'm not saying Delon is an angel. No, not at all. But I would say to you, if you get Delon, Yumbly, and the rest of them, let's give it to them. Look at Boto Kane from Bapolu. She came. She stood with them. She fought with them. Say what you want to say. If we push them under Yumbly leadership as pro tem, I think that place will be better, Stephen. I think they will try the best. Let's just push them for those reforms. Let's hold them responsible for those reforms. Some folks in there we don't like. And some of them we think that they are pretending. They will go ahead and do their stuff as buy apples to mess the other apples out. Seriously. You trust Betwawe? You trust him? You trust him? Don't let me call some name there, yeah? If somebody get Betwawe $50,000, you think he will leave it? You know how money that man spend to be senator? Those are the people we need to expose out here. I don't want to call somebody else name and assistant or no call name. But we should hold them responsible. They are only 30. 30. They are not that many. 30. Look at Sir Joseph. Look at Sir Joseph. So, my people, they don't let me know call names. I will call all the sedition name.
Oh no, I won't go into one that. Oh no, because I'm not going
well, no, come on, man. What we're going to waste our time? You grading? You get 150%.
I won't get you either. I think he got a solid B. I think he did even a B plus. Can I get you 6 here? Okay, give me D. Well, all the work they did.
Yeah, but let it go.
Yeah,
man, come on. She just pretending.
She said
B. She said B and B. She said B and B plus. Who don't know you and Delon? Where you're coming from? So I did. Yeah, man, you all great Delon. Like you say party about him. I beg you. Additional appointment to standing committees of the Liberian Senate on today. First, listen to this. Alex Stallo, chairperson for Commerce, Trade, and Industry. Senator Wellington Javon Smith, a River says chairperson on Agriculture and Forestry. You got to understand that you get Senator Numene Batekwal of Grand Crew County, chair on concessions and investment. Senator Thomas Yaya Nimlin, chairperson on labor. Senator Francis Dupo of River G. This man came from, he was a representative just last year. Chairperson on post and telecommunication. I like this one for Francis. I do. There's a reason why I like him for Francis. Lofa Senator Joseph Jala, chairperson on banking and currency. I think they should beat Joseph Jala. We advise right now, I would say the next election coming around, they should beat Joseph Jala. And I think that Samuel, what's his name? The former defense minister should run against Joseph Jala and take that seat back. I think they should beat Joseph Jala. I really don't think he's a good senator over there. I'm sorry, that's my own take. Senator, Samukai should go against him and beat him and take his position back. But as Samukai again, he decided to go to the Joawea Church for forgiveness. So we'll lead our other conversation up. Senator Emmanuel Nukwe, chair on public corporation. These are the sticky points. You put chair on public corporation with Senator Nukwe. Bon County Senator Johnny Quay. Johnny Quay, that's my man. Chairperson on autonomous agency. That's unique. That's unique for Johnny Quay. Senator Zoe Penal. Pensions and insurance, social security. Senator Bay. Hey, you put Bay on transportation. See, why are you laughing? How you gonna put petrol on transportation? The man will sell all the NTA buses there again. Senator Boto Kane, chairperson on gender. I respect Senator Boto Kane. I think she deserved that. I think she will fight for the women and children and the young men in Liberia. Senator Edwin Mervyn Snow, chairperson on modernizations and project. They went too big. I'll wait for if I go on the tour, but they won't. Let me leave Edwin Snow alone. But guys, there you have it. Take your pick. Let's move on. Let's talk about this different new position. Let's start with you, Glendy.
What went wrong? See if it's for
Glendy, you listen to something?
Same. I mean, my sentiments of yesterday is the same today. We're seeing a lot of people. So my thing is, I know you're keeping Evan Snow for Fargo. Is he already on another committee?
Evan Snow is on ECOWAS. He had Alex Tyler on ECOWAS.
Wouldn't that be the second one?
Yeah, they are not many. They got to
You can
move
be on
around.
several committees.
You can be on service committee.
Why only him? Are there nobody else?
What you mean? Most of these guys they are repeating themselves.
Say that again.
Alex Tyler himself on a committee, but he on ECOWAS Parliament.
Alex Tyler shouldn't even be on any committee. As far as I'm concerned, he shouldn't be. Because this is it's almost like Miguel. This is the second time around. We're giving him a second chance, so he should prove himself before you go and give him a committee. He had other people there who could have been strategic. You got Boto Kane. Why you don't give it to her?
Boto Kane is on gender.
Please go to the next person.
Thank you very much. Listen to your podcast you listen to. Thank you very much. Mommy, look at the committee then over here, Mommy. What's your take?
Yeah, I mean, I want to pick on Evan Snow committee, not on Evan Snow as an individual. And it will come back to my original point about having an external review of what happened in the legislature. There has been this modernization thing in the legislature for long. They had a modernization plan from 2009 to 2013. The goal was to ensure that the legislature is having its 21st century legislature, to ensure effective representation and lawmaking oversight, regular training for staff. On that committee, you have on that stuff you had Buffer Chimos, Emmanuel Nukwe, Besonga Finley. Those were people who were on the modernization plan. They were working with USAID, they were working with the United Nations. They developed a comprehensive plan. They identified issues they said they were trying to solve. Poor professional capacity of staff. The physical infrastructure of the legislature were poor. They needed to fix it. The legislature research and drafting committee had extremely poor capacity, lack of trained workforce, accountability of legislative funding. Since 2013, my point here is, after more than 10 years, you come back with the same modernization discussion, the same modernization theory, the same problems still exist. So this thing about audit and reviewing what happened is just not anything to dodge. It's not anything to, it's compulsory. You want an external review to ask what happened to this modernization plan from 2009 to 2013 that was intended to make the legislature a 21st century legislature, that was intended to address the issue of accountability of the legislature funding, that was intended to ensure that the legislature had professional capacity of people working with them and not just huge number of people working with them. You want an external review to look at it and tell you, say, these were where people dropped the balls. People who were on that particular modernization committee are in the Senate. Besonga Finley is there, Nukwe is there, but he was on the since 10 years ago. So forming all these committees and giving them fancy names and coming back with new theories is not sufficient. We need an external review of that body to inform the next reform that will be taking place. You can't dodge it. There's no option for it, and you can't brush it aside. It must happen. For the legislature to be able to modernize, we must assess what happened over the last 10 years. We need it. It's compulsory. For the individual people, I mean, you can understand the capacity issues. You know that there are only 30 senators and there are several committees, so they need to work on it. What we'll be hoping is that legislators all around the world do not know everything. That's why even in the modernization plan, they agree that they will have qualified and competent people that they pay well, working for them to guide them on policy issues to go make decisions. In the absence of that, while you're working on hiring qualified and competent people and paying them well, the chief of staff in the legislature office should be paid according to assistant or deputy minister. It should. Just the only thing you need to do, reduce the number of legislators, pay them well, pay them with good staff, maybe up to 50% of what we have now. We just reduce it to maybe get 40% in the whole valley. But reduce it, pay them well, pay staff with them well, and ensure that they perform. So this modernization committee and all the other people they appointed, you're going to get 30. They get several committees. People have to go there. They may not have the skills, they may not have the background, but we're hoping that they will rely on experts' opinion, that they will rely on good research from people who are working with them to inform the decision they take to plenary. Even here in the United States of America, legislators are not know-all people. They refer to think tanks. They ask think tanks when something come or they say, give me your opinion. They draw it from 2-3 places and they make a decision based on what they know their people desire, and they go to plenary and make the case. So that's why we're looking forward to. We don't want to beat on the individuals because we know the capacity issues. 30%, several committees, people have to fit in. What we will hope for is how would they be open-minded to listening to external people, to listening to people who are experts, to listen to people who've done it before, and to even hire competent and qualified staff and pay them well to do the research and guide them in the decisions they take and the argument they take on the floor.
You can close the door. All right. So let me bring you in, Stephen. You've fallen through with all the positions coming from the Senate. Where are you?
I think today's list is much better when you look at some of the names. And for instance, somebody like Francis Topo is somebody I've known for many years. There are other colleagues on that list that I think will bring a different perspective. Again, all boils down to for us getting to understand the terms of reference for these committees so that we can be able to really assess. And as Mami Raggi put it, you have 30 senators, you have all these committees. It's not like they're looking for committee here from a pool of a bigger pool other than 30. And so you, in instances, have repetition of name on some committee based on how they intend to do it. But like Mama said, I like to also look at modernization is key. Modernization is one area in the legislature that the focus has to be on. And Senator Snow, who now heads that committee, has a lot to offer. For example, we still see that sessions are being recorded using cell phones. People going live on the Senate floor, holding cell phone in their hand, and they're going live. You need a professional videographer. You need for senators to vote using electronic means so that it can be captured right away on their websites. You don't just can't say, who are in favor of Dwalu say yeah, I say yeah, the who say nay. That thing, those were 1822. Those are 1822. I want to be, and Liberians want to be able to say, you know what, let me go back and see this bill on this one. This bill on modernization. Who all voted yes, who all voted no? Or whether how we elected our official, who all voted this, who all voted that. Those are the kinds of votes we want to see, and those things has to be electronic. And another thing I always have problem with in that legislature is the way they are seated, especially during confirmation hearing. Confirmation hearing, I think they should be seated in the other way around, rather than the people who coming to be confirmed facing them. They should be facing the people, and then that way the nominee has a chance to face the pro tem. Normally, what happens when they come for confirmation hearing, those who are being selected, their back is turned to the pro tem. So that sitting has to be in the form of a Palava House sitting where all of the senators will face the nominees. The second thing is, I don't know where our people, when they're ready to talk, they stand talk. I mean, I think the thing that only time speed and you put your hand like incline, you stand on, you talk. Yeah, no. The way you're seated, the microphone is there for a reason. If you're time to talk, you sit down and address the issue. You sit down and address the issue. I think one of the reasons with the legislature is not only the issue of some of the corruption news we hear and some of the bylaws, but I mean the issue about just the operations, the day-to-day operation of the legislature, the way they carry themselves in session. I want to see, and Senator Yomli Kanga, now pro tem, has to be very strong on rules and order. We know those are adult, those are responsible people, come from different, but there are certain basic things that should happen. For instance, the issue of your cell phone during session. You can't be on the floor doing active session, you're on the phone. Those are basic things. The reason why these things it looks simple, but it's important. The librarian will pay you so much money to do work. You have to take their business serious. There's a maxim we say, to whom much is given, much is expected. We'll pay you that money. Everybody on this said no. The way they pay you in America, you can't go to your office beyond your cell phone. You ever that way you will not do it. We're paying these guys all this money. Let them address the librarian people issue with seriousness. I want to see when the legislature goes in section, I want to see that seriousness. That funny laugh. Yo, my man, move on here, man. You do that one, my man. Go sit down until you see. I don't want to see all the. Let the people compose themselves in ways that will bring dignity to the institution. Put the librarian people business fight. Carry yourself in manner that is reflective of an honorable. When we were growing up as young children in the 80s, when you saw a representative car in the 80s, when you're passing with the flag, everybody who grew up as kids, you see the car with the siren and with the flag, like bureau flag, and they counted the representative. My auntie used to be a representative, and they were part of the group that wrote the Constitution in the 1986. The flag, the respectability that house or the legislature had, we need to bring the thing back. When a judge, those days when you hear the name George, how powerful they were, how effective. Let us regain that sanctity, that dignity, that bring it back to our institution. In the House of Representatives, it's chaotic. There's no control. People, the dress code is completely off. People wear any kind of color code suit to wear. There are certain color of code suit you can wear to office, my people. You can't go wear lousy green, yellow, orange, tin. When you dress in that color, it comes with respectability. There's a reason why people wear white shirt. It's not coincidence. White shirt, you watch all U.S. president and all U.S. officials. That white shirt comes with power. It's a sign of power. You just go to Michael Jackson costume there, yellow shirt, green tie, you pass it around and you go into the one rainbow wedding. All these things all these basic things. And also the journalists. The journalists that are going to cover these sessions, they have to be properly attired. I see some people in jeans, trousers, shirts, or on Senate floor passing around with cameras. How you compose yourself, how you make that institution to be respected, the librarian and how you deliver the librarian begin to have confidence back in those institutions. That's how you make it right. Thank you, Dwalu.
Stephen, I agree with you 100% about how our legislature should be represented. But I want to say this, Stanton, the highest grade that I gave to anybody in the Senate is 6. Based on the result they have produced to our people. The highest is 6. And I want to say this. The dissolution of something does not mean the collapse of it. If you go to our villages, or it does not give one man absolute power. The chief made a decision with the council. The reason why we ask for something, we want something that works for our society. Look, I'm sick and tired that we are not developing. And we keep doing the same thing over and over. I agree with you, Stephen. Maybe perhaps we need to strengthen the structure in another way. But I love the way we continue to talk about this. I understand some people want to take fenner and fan the fire. I want to take a propane pan and tank and let the fire blaze. Let's quicken the heating up process and let these people know that we got to produce results for our people. And the results must be produced in the governmental structure that we do have. Yes, the argument can be made. Oh, Dwalu, this solution is not the right way. Yeah, that's what we talk. We make these arguments. I, for one, would say dissolving and restructuring. That's how I would see it. But my thing here is we got to find a way to provide results that develop this country in an equitable way. I don't want somebody who lives in Sano County to feel isolated from his home country, which is Liberia, or he or she has to come to Buchanan before they can feel they're in a so-called civilized location. Why don't we have running water in Wapulu County? These are the kind of questions that keep me up at night. We got to answer these questions, and these representatives and senators have to understand this. Your entire aim is to soften the life of your people. The reason why we sent you to the legislature is for the singular purpose. It's to set aside your own personal aspiration. You got to put it one side, and you live for the duration of your tenure to push forward the people's business. Stevie is right. Look, imagery is everything. If Stevie went for an interview, sometimes they hire you based on your appearance and presentation. It's important in the legislature that I'm place. Stevie talking, everybody, you're causing noise in the place. The people busy not taking seriously that issue. It sends a message that we're not serious here. Now, what the message is, look, if you look at responsible structures around the country, around the world, when Stevie talking, the entire place is silent. There's a reason why, because history will judge Stevie on what he said without interference. In fact, it's even considered rule. It is against the flow's rule. If another person is talking, you're interfering or you're playing on your phone, it's disrespectful. So we'll continue to talk. This network will push it because we just want Liberia to get better in this lifetime. Sis Glendine, I'll give it to you. Stanton.
I think I lost trend there because I had to step out. So I don't know where we were.
Just say anything.
I mean, I think one of the things that today I even posted on my page, it drives me insane when they're not paying attention. So today at the session, while the pro tem was talking, Prince Johnson is sitting on his phone, like clearly on his phone. Something has to be done about that. When they're at work, they're in session, we're watching, we expect better from them. Maybe they need to stop them from taking their cell phones in the session area. And then I went to the legislature side where they were having I think they were having a vote for the clerk, and it was so disruptive. You could barely hear everybody doing their own noise, and somebody will be talking and they're shouting. They need to do better. It just doesn't look presentable or professional. I don't understand how the thing, and they're being watched. They know that they're live. So it's something that we'll be looking to see. And I cut the picture and I shared it, and like I said, this needs to stop. We can't like today they had a clipping with Yega and his seatmate. I don't know, they were about to get into a tussle or war, what it was. I mean, they have to do better. Completely.
That are really in favorite for the day.
Gary.
After you in the house, you saw one microphone in the house already. They carry one man carrying one microphone
all around.
Everybody, oh yeah, my man, you want to talk?
Yeah.
What kind of thing there?
It's sad.
Yeah, but let's say something real quick. Hey, Glennie, you go to work, you look at your cell phone, you play Candy Crush.
I don't play it.
Let me finish that. Glennie, let me finish that. You do all these things. Even the outgoing first lady play Candy Crush at the UN. And you want to, because Prince Johnson looking on his phone is a problem.
But you're in session.
Wait now. I think we can ask these people to be more responsible. But you don't know what Prince Johnson was doing on his phone. You don't know what he was doing on his phone.
That's besides the point.
No, but brother, I didn't interrupt you, Dualu, and I didn't interrupt Sister Glendy. But whenever I want to get my own 2 minutes, you interrupt me. I'm going to take a break. I'll see you later. You can have the show. But to be frank, I don't think that it's necessary for us to ask for all the crumbs now, and we consider those things as reform. I respect the fact the one microphone that's going around is nonsense. I respect the thing the dress code should be changed. We should limit the noise, especially when one of our colleagues speaking. We should be quiet and listen, because you know what? They are speaking to the nation, home and abroad. That would be the best thing to do. When the lady presiding, or whoever presiding, I think they should have a quorum. Respect each other. I mean, but they are childish. But to say because Prince Edu Johnson went on his phone just to make sure that he want to verify one of the Constitution, the article in there.
How you know he was verifying?
Hold on now. You know, and so say for that, you know, somebody says, CEO, please stop. You tell your own, I tell my own, I say I must stop. No. So let's move on. Let me say this to you. Welcome, Dr. Richardson and Ambula Mame. You'll say your own. But we gotta move on to other conversation because it is important. Some folks from CDC, our representative will discuss it more when I share this information with you guys in the chat room. They believe that they can take and follow the footstep of Jefferson Koji and Akaris Gray.
Really?
There's this one representative acting like he's the new Jefferson Koji on the block. We got to give a fair warning to that representative. Be warned and be very careful. He's going around to gather young men. He's gathering young men from ghettos and empowering them something the way in which Jefferson Koji walk, he want to walk. He's sending those men to beat on other individuals in his district, those individuals that didn't support him. I'm receiving this information and I want to talk to the person, Representative Foko, Safoko. We have documents of those folks that you're dealing with. I'm going to advise you, your representative in the 55th. It will be very, very important that you cease and desist from those behavior. You are not Jefferson Koji. You are not Akaris Mose Gray. It will be very important that you serve your people from your district. I believe it's district number 9. But to walk in the footsteps of Jefferson Koji, you will be given the same thing that Jefferson Koji is receiving. I brought you on Spoon Talk. We spoke to you. You're a decent man. You are not Jefferson Koji. You're very admired. Do not walk in the footsteps of Jefferson Koji. This time is season for everything. So the Safoko, I will call your name. I will put your picture up, and all those that you are dealing with, we will put your picture up tomorrow. You cannot be a talk. You are not a gangster. Forget that CDC munya munya. It is not right for you to carry it on. Do the people's job. Be responsible, be professional, and do it right. And again, I will say to you, you are not Jefferson Koji. You do not want to be Jefferson Koji. Do not bring attention to yourself. I receive videos, I receive information, but I will say open it on this network. We know you, Safoko. You are re-elected. Do the people's job. You promised the people that you would deliver for them. Please deliver for them. Anything short of this thing, that you must walk in the footsteps of Jefferson Koji, we will do everything we can to bring you to the spotlight. This is not only Safoko, it's for all of them. Disagree on the politics, but you cannot allow other people to beat on young men and women and to have the attitude of Jefferson Koji. We're warning you, we will discuss you, and we will bring you to light. And every evidence in our power, we will share with our friends, home and abroad. Those guys that you're walking with, those groups that you associate yourself with, they are bad people. Help to build a good district. Help to build a good district. Safoko, I'm asking you to cease and desist, work alone, and help your district to be one of the best districts out there. You are not Jefferson Koji. You are not General Gray. Walk your walk and talk your talk. Don't walk another man's walk. If we put those information that we have on Facebook, it won't be good. We're begging you, Safoko. The young men and women trusted you and they voted for you. Do not mistreat them. Don't send someone to their home to beat on them. Don't send someone to their home to threaten them. We will not encourage it. We will not allow it. And I hope you listen and you take heed. So, guys, if anything else on your mind, let's try to wrap this thing up.
Let me speak on that very briefly before I go to God. Look, to the legislature, if somebody's amongst you and that person is denigrating the house, you got to get rid of them. You're not here to babysit people. Because FOCO is a representative. If this is true, Honorable FOCO, you have a responsibility to the district. Let me say this to Liberian people in our country. You need to stop, they're not representing but not yet take government job because they're in government job, then they just start using the power or in the community, hammocking people. The police stations across Liberia. A government official bring a Liberian citizen to the police and put him in jail. There must be a legal reason why somebody is put in jail. Don't need to stop this. If FOCO is doing this, this is not just wrong, it is illegal. FOCO must be arrested. A representative can be arrested in Liberia if he breaks the law. That is the law. This is not for me to say. And the legislators have to get rid of those kind of people from amongst you. If he's behaving like a child, like a regular hooligan, like a thug in the streets of Liberia, arrest him, put handcuffs on him, throw him in jail, and take him to court. He's no longer a representative. Cast him out. That's what I want to say. But if you keep that kind of person among you, it denigrates the entire legislature. You get to, oh, I'm not a part of it. Once you're a part of it, whatever another person does, and the entire body does nothing about it, you are equally responsible. That's what I'm going to say to you. Just name.
I also think it's something that we need to hit head on. If this is something that he's doing, the police needs to get involved. The victims need to go to the police. They need to report him. Because if you don't tackle it right now, he's gonna think it is an acceptable behavior to continue. You can't go and you can't go and continue to humiliate people in their own district. I'm sure there are other things that he can work on in his district. Somebody just shared here, he needs to tackle the proliferation of drugs in his district. Instead of doing that, he harassing people. So I think it needs to be tackled and it needs to be addressed. And I like that it's now public that he's doing this. And people should not be silent when they see these things happening. Even if it means that you have to report it secretly, do it. When you see something, you must say something. That's the only way our community gets better. If we own some of these things, if it becomes so personal for you that if you see, even if you don't know the people it's happening to, make it a personal thing that it could be you and speak out. Why would you have a representative taking the law in his own hand doing this kind of stuff? When he just came to power, you were also asking for help. He was the one with the $30,000 question. He was being questioned what he said he was going to do for the district. And now you have an opportunity to serve your people and you lose train of everything. And this is the guy who was running again Henry's, Phoebe Henry's. And he won him. And you have an opportunity to serve and you turn against the people that put you in the office. This is wrong and it's unacceptable. So people need to start speaking up and not being silent and not being afraid of retaliation. Because when you speak out, you're saving somebody's life. How dare he go and do such a thing?
Glennie, let me put this here before we get to Dr. Richardson and Mame. As you can see, this is Safoko.
This is ridiculous.
A young man. And I just spoke with some of the folks from his district, and I said, you know what? We'll discuss this, but I want to open it one, Safoko. CDC is not in power anymore. CDC not in power anymore. Those days that Dixon Sibo can beat on somebody and fire somebody and drag them to the police station and say, Jeho, I'm the representative saying it. Those days are over. We will hold folks responsible individually. When a young lady came up and said, Dixon Sibo beat me, people laugh and people say anything. Solomon George were out there beating on people and abusing them and creating more ghettos. You're a young man, Safoko. All your ghettos friends, you should fight, actually, to reduce the ghettos in your district. Empower the young men and women to be better Liberians. But for you to threaten folks and send folks to other people's homes, I would say to you and to all representatives, all lawmakers, everyone in government, that will expose these things and we will hold the Joseph Yima Boaka judicial system responsible. The lawmakers must be held responsible because this cannot happen. You are not what good in heaven for you to think that you want to walk the Jefferson Koji walk because you get your red beret on, that you can walk the Jefferson Koji walk, that you can intimidate people, that you can pay people in the ghettos to chase after other people. You should be the example of that district. But I would say, let me give it back to Dr. Richardson. Steven will come in and Abula Mame while we wrap up. This thing, I received it today. I will share with you guys. I felt so bad. While we're a young man, he's trying to throw everything out for international communities and Americans to go after him and watch him and feed that, yes, he can beat on people. And he cannot walk away with this. This is stupidity. You cannot be the Akaris Gray. I mean, I'm not saying Akaris Gray is Jefferson Koji, but you call yourself General now replacing General Gray. You cannot be there, Jefferson Koji. Now, every Friday, people may come to the Memorial City Corporation and get paid because Jefferson assigned them to go do bad stuff. Is that what you're doing, District Number 9? This is bad. Talk to us, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, I'm just joining the conversation again. I was distracted again, but I'd just like to say that, this is wickedness in high places, taking somebody else's children to do your dirty work. I think everyone said, let the children be aware. Let those men and young women be aware. Let their families be aware that, people are using your children for their own benefits. And I think that we should work on the children. Don't go follow anybody who's projecting their own views or even want to use you, for their own benefits. Don't do that, So let's educate our community. I think Vinny said something great. You see something, you say something. Report this young man. Somebody say he's on the verge of going to be sanctioned as well. The international community, not joking. You are leaving paper trails in your background. Your picture, your videotapes are all over the place watching you. Why would you want to do that to yourself? Or why would you want to put somebody else's child in a dangerous position, like following behind you or following after you? So let's educate the children. You don't need that children. You guys do not need that young men and young women. You can do better in our country, no matter how desperate you are. All right, that's what I have to add.
And since I'm closing, I want to close with what I started with. Unfortunately, that the people we have representing, districts in the country, we found time to talk about that. Brushy aside, where it's insignificant. I will conclude with what I started with. We are very optimistic with the comments we listened to from the Senate today. We are hopeful that they will live up to those commitments. We are here and will remain here to hold them accountable to those commitments that they made. I wouldn't want to, on the first day of their sitting, describe them as a failure and that they will go ahead and fail and they will not live up to their promises. It is good to use their track record to preempt and say, based on the person's track record, I doubt that they can perform. I doubt that they can do what they're promising to do based on their track record. That's fair and it's realistic. It's also fair to say, based on their track record, I will be suspicious, but I give them the benefit of the doubt. We sit, they make their comments around decentralizing the government. They make their comments around addressing the issue about drugs addiction, putting mental health on the table and giving it the permanence it deserves. They talk about how they can audit the Senate every year We want to push them further that even before you begin that, you must also conduct an audit for the last 6 years at least. They talk about how the Senate budget should be reduced to reflect modern day's reality. And Senator Connor pointed to the data points about Liberia and Liberia being the country per capita with the highest budget to the legislature in the West African region. Only next to Nigeria, we're taking money equal to we are the highest in terms of the money we pay the legislature and spend on our legislature, only next to Nigeria. All other countries in West Africa would tap them, but we are the poorest. So they made commitments today that they will see reason to adjust on those fronts. I saw different people talking about agriculture. So I come here hopeful. I come here positive that they will live up to those commitments, regardless of their past track record. We give them a clean slate. And that clean slate doesn't mean they should not be held accountable for their past. Their clean slate is to give them an opportunity to perform going forward. We will be here. We will hold them accountable to the statements they make. But on the first day of their sitting, we wouldn't declare them a failure. We wouldn't project that they will fail. We will hope that they will succeed on the promises they're making, because those promises they're making are what we've been crying for, are what we've been yearning for, are what we deserve. So on that basis, we give them a clean slate. We are hopeful that they will succeed. We are hopeful they will deliver, but we are here to hold them accountable.
Thank you, Ben. Mrs. Gurney, you want to go? Closing?
Sure, I think it was a great show. I think I'm just a little bit disturbed by this representative who's taking the law in his own hands. So I want to end on that note. I also want to emphasize one or two persons texted me saying that you have to understand the dynamics in Liberia. It's like police people respect representatives and senators, and they hold them at a different level. I think the fact that we now have a change in government, that some of these things cannot be tolerated, and they must not be tolerated. That you can go and someone reminded me about an incident where Woki Dolo with Ennis. When she took the kids to the police was saying, oh, that representative you brought here, oh, we can't do anything with him. And these kind of things, when we know about it, we must speak out against them. This is wrong. I would hope that the police people will understand that we are all equal in the sight of the law. And no one has more authority than the next citizen that you think you have a right to treat somebody. So I want to end here because this is serious. And if his colleagues, some of them, they do wise point and they hear about it, someone needs to warn him quickly to stop this, because we are not going to tolerate it. I will immediately share his picture and share the story, because it's not going to continue. We must, the change that we want Liberia to have start with us. And we must be that change, and we must help to effect the change that we want. So this is totally unacceptable, and it's wrong, and he needs to desist from that, especially being a young man. We cannot go through another whole era of Jefferson Kochi stuff again. This has to stop.
Well, you see, Jefferson Kochi changed to be a pastor now, and I will share this information with you. You know, I hate when representatives hang out in ghetto, Stevie, right? They will go to the ghetto and believe that they can influence those people they call Zokos and Zokis, right? What's the change? Where? And that's the problem. I'm getting all this report. This guy think they begin to call him general. General for what? General for leading Zogos? And why are we at this level? And I will give you guys, and I really want to go ahead to show some of the pictures. Look at the people behind him.
Yeah,
some of them half a nose, half an ear. You didn't see nothing yet. He must speak. He must speak. That's the point I'm making. But I will close on this. Tomorrow is another interesting story. There's some kind of illegal transaction, illegal business happening in Grand Bassa, right? And the superintendent of Grand Bassa, the allegation that Eddie Levi Williams, and his assistant superintendent, Fiasca J. Daniel Whitty. You guys from Grand Bassa, you don't be wasting our time here, Glennie, Stevie, and Eduardo. You all know these people. The men is signed. They're for real, for real. You're hurting my head. You all know them. That your family member. We'll talk about them tomorrow.
I know that.
Yeah, because you're from Grand Bassa. You know everybody. Yeah. No, let me finish with this. It's very important. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Illegal transaction have been carried out by the superintendent, the allegation now, the superintendent of Grand Bassa, Eddie, why I call him Eddie Levi Williams, and his assistant superintendent, Fiscal J. Daniel Whitty. Here's the issue. The people that sign, people that are responsible to take scrap, right? The scrap people, the guys are from Grand Bassa administration. We are getting information, they sign contract with two separate companies, Glendy, two separate companies for the same scrap metal with acetaminophen. So now they're getting, yeah. And we'll discuss this thing. You don't know, Liberian extension, the people that are in Grand Bassa, they are mad. They went to Dr. Richardson and say, you know what, we'll give you the contract. Then they came to Glendy and say, you know what, we'll give you the contract. You know what involved, right? That's allegation. That the money involved now. They're looking for the highest bidder. After signing contract with both, and the document is so damaging because they want to be part of the contract, part of those people they are signing the contract with. They want to get a percentage.
Wow.
Grand Bassa, you say, wow, you from Grand Bassa? Steven from Grand Bassa. Do I the whole day you talking Syria saying you've been in the military for 10 years? He's from Grand Bassa. I mean, we got to discuss these things.
We must discuss it. Even in Grand Bassa will not allow it.
It's okay. Let's close. Let me go back and eat my okra sauce.
I'm gonna go before you speak. Okay. Look, listen. The audience, man, you're always on point. We love you guys, especially those of you who disagree with us. We love what you got to do. That issue of representative, I had a personal case myself. Ketekume Mori. You know what him as a pass through. In fact, that Alice Tyler, by the time he was speaker, he didn't want to get between us. Because you know what happened? He brought one pickup full of boys. I brought two pickup. And we know what we did. But at the end of the day, that library for all our equal share. But I'm going to say this, guys. The insinuation that I have to be perfect before I speak about a topic is asinine. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. Okay? Nobody's going to be perfect. I'm not infallible. I don't have to be perfect before I can speak about what somebody is doing in my country. I don't have to be perfect in mathematics before I can talk about statistics. It's ridiculous. We talk about these topics so we can improve the country. I'm not saying Stevie is better than me. I'm better than Stevie. Stevie has a position. I have a position. I take my position. Stevie takes his position. The goal is to improve Liberia overall. It's an acceptance of one position over another. The reason why we're doing this, because we never did this in the past. And Liberia was left to rot because nobody spoke. We will speak about the behavior of a representative so he can change that behavior, not because we dislike that individual. We are going to speak about garbage collection, about poor sanitation, of the lack of order of the legislature. It's because we want those to happen. So the very structure that Meme wants, instead of the dissolution of the legislature, that structure can be strengthened. That's our aim here, is to make Liberia better. Now, here's my suggestion to you. If you can do it better, please start a show, come on the show, talk about it. But I don't want you to keep quiet. I want you to talk about Liberia because our aim is not perfection. Our aim, we'll put it down on the table and we will naked that devil and we'll redress that devil so we can all dance along with Betu and Yefe. It was a pleasure as always, guys.
Thank you. Steven, go ahead, right? Dr. Richardson.
Thank you, guys.
Steven remaining.
Thank you, guys.
I didn't know you're doing closing. I check in and saw your.
Let Dr. Richardson go, then you go last, Steven.
You know, I wanted to say, I think right when I left earlier, Stephen was thinking that I was condemning the entire government of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and saying that everybody was corrupt. And in my response to Amara Khan, I wasn't really saying that. I was just saying that I found it ironic that she had said her government was corrupt. And here he's saying that he's going to have the most powerful anti-corruption committee, you know, and he was going to fight corruption. You know, when these things happen, when people say those things, I just kind of expect them to have fought before, have a track record, at least go into the newspaper, talking about how you counter anti-corruption when you were in the midst of corruption. I personally didn't hear it. All I heard was he was called that Minister Budget shortfall. So there was all these mixed ironic views going on in my head. I think what Mohammed said was okay. I would give them 3 months span. I like doing that to people. I like to give you the benefit of the doubt. And I will also say that I don't think that just because you did something, just because he didn't speak, or just because Amar Khan didn't fight corruption before, means that he can't. Okay, I will give him the benefit of the doubt. I think that he may. I believe in miracles. There's a song that says "I believe in miracles," so perhaps he can. So, Stephen, I just wanted to tell you that I wasn't entirely saying that he's corrupt because he was part of a corrupt government, or anybody who was in Ellen Johnson's government was corrupt. It was a great show, even though I kind of heard you guys in and out. Again, we'll come here. Dwalu, you said something very right. We don't know it all. We all come here and give our opinion about views, and you may like or may not like my view, and that's okay. That's the beauty of democracy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, guys. I think it has been a great conversation. I think part of the reason why we all fought to create this democratic space is for us to be given a fair chance to speak out, to express ourselves in ways that we are not censored by government. I think over many years, our people were censored. Many persons thought the issue of government was, quote unquote, the people think. They didn't think that ordinary Liberians could talk about government. It was a taboo subject. I think we've come a long way as a country, as a people. We've come a long way, and I think we have a longer way to go. And I believe that these kinds of platforms offers us the opportunity for us to really speak to the core of the issues affecting our country and affecting our people. I often say that the title honorable comes with a lot of responsibility, not just the job itself and the perks that comes with it, but it also the integrity, the way you carry yourself has to be honorable. And so when I find it very ludicrous when I see a representative, for example, behaving in an uncouth manner, it makes no sense. It's complete nonsense. And the thing about one of the things I think we need to get used to in our country is to begin to take some of these officials to tax, sue them. A lot of our people don't really take advantage of the legal system. Everybody just assume that when they go to court, nothing is going to happen. Well, the thing about justice is that it delays. It may delay, but it will not. It doesn't change. And so once that person is documented in the court, there'll be one fine day. There will be a day of atonement. Martin Luther King said the arc of the moral universe is bent towards justice. Justice will come. Take them to court. When Akaras Graham went to the university campus and vandalized the institution, Mahendo and Miyama, our university students, let's sue him. Let's sue Koji for his action at the same university. Let them pay for their action. This is how you hold public officials accountable through the legal framework. There are lots of other lawyers out there, many of whom can handle these cases pro bono. Let's challenge the court. Let's put it to test. On the issue of the legislature, the Senate, I think today was the first day of school. Everybody wearing new uniform, excited that they've come to class. And that's when you hear big promises. I remember in high school, first day of school, it is assumed everybody in the class smart. We all smartly dressed. I remember when I was in high school, there was a guy who had come to school, very flamboyant in dressing, was a popular guy in the school. His name was all over the building. But our school was funny. Our high school, our principal was an interesting character, and I love this woman. So,
what was the guy's name? You remember the guy's name?
I will not call his name on the show. I beg you. Our principal, look at our principal was a very interesting woman, right? She will every semester they will publish the list, your name and all your grades on the bulletin board. And if you're in the senior class, if you have, I think,
The principal not Mary Brownell, huh?
No, they call Mrs. Carter, Lucinda Carter. Very she is a disciplinary, right? And if you're a senior student, if you get, I think, 1 or 2 red marks, if you go to, they'll take your necktie doing chapel service from your neck. The chapel will be packed. Then they'll call you upstage and say, Dualu, come. Then you come, you take your tie. They take your tie for you. She keeps it in her office until you can improve the following period, then you get your tie back. So when you come on campus with all tie, everybody know on campus that you got.
You traumatizing me, stop.
That you got red back. So
That's
this
not nice.
guy, yeah, keep the school very flamboyant, dressing, passing around.
He got all the chick, all the jubilee.
Yeah, and knee ringing. We all
Then they come to me.
we all feel this some kind of way. The guy getting all the Jew there. We all feel this some kind of way. 4 period tell the man had 9 red mark out of 10 subjects. You know, the man failed in 9 courses out of.
They think he tries to do because they want to tie you.
So the man ran away. The man ran away for the school.
It's not a like passing.
The man ran away for the
Steve,
school.
I have mixed.
The
I
man
have
ran away.
mixed
So
feelings
that's
about
the kind
those
of condition
things
we
that
had.
happen to us.
And the good thing about my older education, I didn't have the luxury to go to different schools. I went to one school for ABC straight to 12th grade. So I didn't go, the chance to go to the other school. No, I just went for SD. I went to SDL campus and we were living a 5-minute walk from the school. So from ABC straight to 12th grade. From there we entered the university. So I didn't have the chance. But it just tells you, first day of school, the excitement, everybody talking big things, the big dreams, what they will do in the semester, what they hope to do when they graduate. Those are the things. So I hope today is not one of those moments where our lawmakers were first day of class and making those big. I hope they can really put to action.
Somebody said the power, that power really top our colors.
I hope our lawmakers can really put
I was saying that, Stephen, I have mixed feelings about, some of the things that we experience growing up, like, being called on the stage. That's why I asked you if it wasn't Mary Brownell, because she used to call us on the stage and she would name how many red marks you have, and then people would boo you.
Yeah,
the whole school booing you. So I don't know if that made me a better person or sometimes not. I have mixed feelings about that. I really do. I think there's a psychological effect some of those things had on us. But
keep it in America that the richest and not get our psychological.
I bet you that. Yeah, I know that.
Keep it, yeah. The thing about Jodoko used to bring the student in front of the class after saying our flag, saluting the flag and whipping them right in front of the group. Outside, when you salute the flag, who are the 7 yesterday, the Marco and the Parco, you're in the market, you're in go home, can't they give 25, I beg you that original. Keep that one year. We're going to play this in real quick.
Where you think it came from?
I know, right? Our crew man.
No, honestly,
he's a whip you so you got
the most humble, yeah, seriously, go back to my school days. I like no fighting.
You're from Little Town, man. Play the tape.
The paper play the time.
Well, let me go ahead. Let me play this. This is very important. I want us to really focus on this because we are leaving.
Elderly woman got on a bus and sat down. At the next stop, a strong, grumpy young lady climbed up and sat down beside the old woman, hitting her with her numerous bags. When she saw that the elderly woman remained silent, the young woman asked her why she had not complained when she hit her with her bags. The elderly woman replied with a smile, "There is no need to be rude or discuss something so insignificant as our journey together is so short, because I am going to get off at the next stop." This answer deserves to be written in gold letters. There is no need to discuss something so insignificant, because our journey together is too short. Each of us must understand that our time in this world is so short that darkening it with useless arguments, jealousy, not forgiving others, discontentment and bad attitudes are a ridiculous waste of time and energy. Did someone break your heart? Stay calm, the trip is too short. Did someone betray, intimidate, cheat or humiliate you? Relax, don't stress, the trip is too short. Did someone insult you without reason? Shake it off, ignore it, the trip is too short. Did a neighbor make a comment that you didn't like? Take a deep breath. Ignore him, her, forgive and forget it. The trip is too short. Whatever problem someone has brought us, remember that our journey together is too short. No one knows the length of our trip. Nobody knows when it will arrive at its stop. Our trip together is short.
So that's my closing, folks. As always, I don't know, that thing is on wheel on Facebook. I love it. Every day we play one till Facebook tells us not to play it, maybe. But I want to say that our trip together is too short. Our journey as people together is too short. We all should forgive and forget. Not forget in its entirety, but we will forget to the point that we can once again say, I consider my brother and I consider my sister. Our trip on this earth is so short that if you wake up in the morning, you think about yourself and say, oh, I just heard someone passed away that I knew 10 years ago or 5 years ago. So whatever the condition may be, we that come on the show every evening, folks, we're just here to help you understand the way in which the country runs, the way in which the country needs to be better. Dwadu will disagree with me, or I disagree with Fagon disagree with Stevie. We go in cycle, folks. But when we leave this show, we go home to our family and we say, thank you, Lord. We're just crying for a better Liberia. We're just crying for a better Liberia. Don't hate us for our view. Be what? Just listen to Dwadu. Come on the show and argue with Dwadu. Say, Dwadu, I disagree with you. Do not dissolve the government, but we can fix it like this. I do not hate any one of the lawmakers. No, we try to improve, because if they do better, our country will be better. So we just ending on this note. If you want the clip, it's up there. Our trip together as Liberians is too short, but we try our best in every possible way to love our country, to think about our country, and to build our country called Liberia. Not for us alone, but for our children, grandchildren, great-grand, and the next generation to come. Thank you for joining Spoon every day. We'll be having the Abraham Darius DeLong Forum tomorrow. He will be here to talk about the way forward of the 50th faith. We'll be having a whole forum on DeLong. Join us. We'll open the line. You will ask DeLong question, because we hold DeLong responsible, humbly responsible, and the rest of them. This is the Jose Yima Boaka Unity Party Alliance government. You cannot throw this on CDC no more. Forward ever, backward never. And we must rise and make Liberia better. Thank you for joining us always. May God bless you guys. And may God keep you. And may God bless our country. In the name of the Father, the Son.
Yeah, that church will come from you.
Before we run away. Wait now. LEC want me to, because as Stevie said this to me, now I'm talking as Stevie said it to me.
Wow.
Well, you wait everything wrong. Stevie said he had a dream. Stevie said he had a dream from January 20th to April 4th. LEC will not go. Because we'll be in the country, so everything can be on.
LEC, they just put something out. Seriously. The hydro is drying. So you'll be in darkness. I hope you guys generate.
I mean, I'm a local boy, but man, I know, eh? But I'm a man. Why would come for?
The one will bring a report card.
You will not go to Liberian and take my in pocket, mommy. It can't hold.
But when I go back,
I have done that. You do our pocket.
Yeah, you want your play?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I saw that on Francina picture in Nima with a mirror what's on the table.
Yeah, they get pure life. They have pure life on the table. Got a riches see? You go back to Labro, you take our pocket.
That's on Francina. Where the young woman? I can forget what I picture. You know what I put a picture in the chat room. I said, my man, you go back home, you can't mineral water in your country.
I think that also serious. Somebody probably offered us over there.
So seriously, you go back to Liberia, take my behind the house?
Yes, I take my anywhere.
Yeah,
Stevie, you can buy a shower head from here. It uses battery, you put it in the pocket. No,
my man, I go through all I want.
Okay, no. The pocket.
Easy, very easy.
Try the car room.
Nice water. Put your Dettol in the water. Put your Dettol in the water.
Oh, the message. Mama, are you there?
Dettol, that's true, but carry that Dettol you.
Carry your Dettol and put it in the water. Oh.
So you're away from mommy picture baking you. Mommy, I believe you.
Mommy, you go to that man picture, you die.
You finish your. You finish your eating on your
You know my own.
No.
Yeah, I believe that picture, mommy. That just
Let me put the picture up. Mommy, yeah.
Yeah, that picture.
Yeah.
I'm a rundown man. I can hustle in the bush. I can hustle in the city. I can hustle in the office. I can hustle anywhere.
You versatile.
Oh yeah.
Why in Italy are you to NGO man?
Oh yeah.
So most of those places in Nigeria we went they got no gas house.
The people that were making the money, but they can go in the interior out of the pool.
So you can't go in the interior. Why you see look at you? You thought I was there.
I really want to ask you a question. You tell me that you go to Liberia, you're not sleeping in hotel?
No.
When I
What's that? Don't sleep in hotel.
I live in my hotel. I go to the hotel.
And when I work in the network, I was sweating. I come my lap.
The president was not happy with Stanton Hall location, so he couldn't see there.
Yeah, he went out for
No, see your man.
No. Let's put the man picture up. Let's put. Hold on 1 minute, biggie guys. On a serious note, you guys go to Liberia, you're free to walk around. You don't go to
Yes.
Up and down. I can go all the way to Riverside. I can go to Riverside. Oh.
So you think if I go to Liberia, I can walk around by myself?
Yes.
Yeah. Chelsea coaching will chase me.
No. Maybe I'm doing we are time, but I'm not.
Who boy can stay in front of me like
the original Papa Lupo.
Yes.
You'll be in Ataba Forest, you'll be taking back.
Then I pay you go to my shower.
Mama, is that your farm?
I'm a farm.
Wow.
That's nice, mommy.
So you can't be in that type of play. We talking about taking back.
The creek. Stand on.
Yeah.
I'll send you my farm. Remember, we'll say something that the answer will be there. So I can send you my farm picture. If you want, I'll send it to you right now.
Send it right now. When I put it up. No, I won't put it up. But seriously, guys, you go to Liberia. You don't. Let me ask you a question. So you go to Liberia, right?
Yeah.
You go. You don't stay in a hotel setting. You brave to go stay in your own home.
Yeah, but still happy.
I can go piano. I can drive myself by myself. Rebel says, I can take people with me. I'll do my part.
I was stationed in Lima.
What's wrong with you?
Nobody bother you, Steven?
No. I'm gonna bother me. I got you. I was in Lima.
But Steven,
Steven, I'm on the town. What are you talking about?
I'm just sitting on Memorial for the race.
You see a Memorial ball.
I'm not you now. The town when you and myself round feet, right? We're all there whole politics. Sorry, when we are round feet, when you know that.
Yes.
No, but I'm not a friend. My thing is that maybe you're different from me. Oh man.
Your problem from school, you used to run away straight home. You go sport commission, you go ATL, you play no.
Nobody know you there.
Who me?
You not play way in Lexington, Insano.
Yeah. I'm going to Liberia and leave myself open. I'm thinking
security. And my personal security too. You
know what someone told me though? I know we're about to leave. Today they called me and they said Stanton. I said yes. They said Liberia looking so peaceful right now. And I said seriously, they said no. They just went to Liberia. They said Liberia looking so peaceful.
Yep.
The country had a cloud of fear.
Yeah.
Before the election. They said, but imagine people can take a stroll on the road late at night this time without fear. I said, seriously? Then the funny thing, the guy said, but stand up, come to Liberia, can't see. I said, I beg you. Forbid. Stand up, not coming to Liberia. I beg you, yeah. We're staying into our politics. But I want to say thanks to you guys. Remember, thank you. You can go take in the bucket. That is the best. You know, you put in the bucket, you take by, you wash your hair.
Well, the best way to take by.
Yeah.
All right.
You can eat a color on the street.
Yeah, the fry
No,
plenty.
it gotta be hot. When you want to eat it gotta be hot.
Yeah, you eat it hot. You sit down there, they fry, you eat it.
When it's too fry, you eat it, but you can't eat it. Sometimes if it stay long, all the fly.
No. I
So
sit
you
down
can
there,
eat
they
it.
fry.
Somebody can fry
I
color,
eat it
you
when
eat
it's
it.
hot.
Yes,
What are you talking
when
about?
it's sour, you eat it.
It has to be hot, Stanton. That's why you don't know the street, because when you on the street, you go
I
down the
told you
hot
for
one,
your
you
school,
give
you
it a
thought that
kobo.
get on your bus from
straight.
Jordan Street. You go straight and you go down.
Even a kobo, when you go to the kobo shop, you want a hard one. Let it be
hot one.
You will go to
When we enter early,
honestly, I
when
go
we
back
enter
there,
early,
but now you
there
kobo because
was a place under the bus.
I got means to get food to my
There was a
house.
place
so
under the
I
bus.
go
They got
kobo.
full.
I mean,
But they got some
early to go
dough
eat
place where the food can, the doma can be like none other.
We don't eat 4. Then you talking about Kobo. We want to So every camp there was a place with different women and selling different soup.
Yes.
Kobo. But they used to call it 4. You know the way they got the courses like mouth 2 or 3.
Yes.
So they said I don't play that.
That's
I
the
don't know
code.
course no more than 4.
Yeah.
But I play to go there, we gotta join. Y'all do Sarah Coco, no contribution, no tree. Y'all put money together, y'all go there. But the only secret about that play, don't go there after 12.
Why?
Because at the time they can do Bafana now. At the time they can do Bafana. They take potato green, they put pepper soup, the last bit of time.
but Steven, besides, you know someone can Johnson Road there, right on can Johnson Road in the net.
Yeah,
I can Johnson Road in the net.
yeah.
To be right the road there.
To that Oma Musukra. What is to say the burger we explain?
Yeah. All that level there.
No, guys. Don't tell you the truth. Our Liberia will go back to the place where, you know, and we enjoy Liberia. Yeah, you know, it's just that we got to pray. It's a lot of work. I want to say thanks to every one of you. Let's talk to Dylan tomorrow. Give it your best shot. Dylan is a new Dylan. He will come swinging. But we're having a whole forum on Dylan. Again, we'll take phone calls from our audience. I want to hear the real Dylan. And we trying to bring in the pro tem. Yomli promised to be with us maybe Friday or next Monday to give us her first interview. I want to appreciate Yomli for that. It's a lot of stuff for us to do, and I appreciate each and every one of you on Spoon. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Good night.
Yeah. All right, Nelson. Come on, Nelson. All right, my piggy. What's good?
Yes.
You see, I'm moving because I want to set your show up for 8 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
It'll be 1 o'clock. I'll try to finish on time. We'll call Pastor Raymond, but let's take a few calls, at least 20 calls or 15 calls. Then we'll go ahead and leave you for you to get ready to bring in your show. Nelson, what's the name of your show?
It's the late night show
with Nelson Kulai.
Okay.
The late night. That's why Emmy said the late night show on Spoon with Nelson Kulai, and I hope somebody can come up for a good afternoon program too. Daniel Basil Boyd Johnson who said thank you for following. Aminata Fatu Kamara, thank you. Let's go to the phone line, Nelson. What you make about the program today? We discussed a lot of stuff. It's time for you to talk. We're not talking our own, so you got to talk. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, my name is John Way. I'm calling from Houston, Texas.
Talk to us, John.
Yeah, just want to say thank you guys for everything you guys do for the Liberian people. No, man, you guys are doing great. We enjoy the show. For me, I'll be on the show. In fact, when I come to work by 2 p.m., I'm waiting for the show to come on. But I just want to tell you something simple. You see, that whole House of Representatives, look, you saw what Myanmar Breed did, right? These people are crooks. They were all planted citizens. Most of the people that betrayed Joseph Iman Boakai, that's what they did.
Thank you. 30 seconds, we got to go. The line is basic, John. Thank you for calling us. Nelson, can you put the number up? Thank you, John.
Okay.
Hello, your name and where you calling from? Your name and where you calling from, please.
It was Tom. The show is a very great show. I really enjoyed the conversation between the legislative and the senator. It's a point that you made, Stanton, that is so important when you make clear to Duadu that we cannot dissolve the house, but the people can be kind of shivered around. I mean, I watched you on the screen, and the emphasis that came forth, I could feel the kind of transformation that you was kind of sending towards the audience. That was good. And also the coming in of Nelson. He had a caller that said he recommend Dr. Francine and Duado into the government. And I was just smiling. I said, wow, they should have a positive impact on a lot of people. I just thank God. Thank you for you.
Thank you.
And Nelson, and continue on the show like that.
Thank you very much, my brother. We appreciate you. Let's take the next call. Okay, Nelson, take calls. The person hang up. Talk to us, Nelson.
Okay, we have this person. Hello, you're live?
I'm Harris M. Kuba calling from Kuba.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Let's hear you. Your take on the show today, your input.
Yeah, thank you for the show and also to Mr. Watterson. I just want to make a few points.
Okay.
Like, we the labor workers, we ask you to at least please talk to our president that he will really talk about our labor. Because more where we are complaining now for the past month today is 17 days, no salary, and they're not even paying or good. Sometimes people they pay so people $600 labor on the roof.
Okay.
The each company that building the RIA roof.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. That's my point.
Thank you, sir. We bring in this person here. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello?
You're live on the show. Yeah.
I'm Jocelyn Cooper calling from Logantown, Brush.
Okay, Jocelyn, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Just want to tell the CEO thank you. I want to say thank you to you also. And actually, the result from yesterday, actually, I'm feeling too happy because the situation is too much. Yeah. One of the women who lives, Logitan Prosecutor, one of the representatives, Abu Kamara, but don't do the election, so I make a promise to my Liberian people. After the inauguration, I will be giving facing food to share in my community.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Let me bring somebody real quick, Nelson. Your name and where you calling from?
I'm Augustine Chi. I'm calling from New York.
Talk to us, Augustine.
Yes, I'm calling just to give us input concerning the issue of the lawsuit against the issue of the lawsuit concerning the dual citizenship against Kofa by the Unity Party. I think the Unity Party should leave the suit and let ordinary citizens file the lawsuit. It will have the same effect. Liberian will be dual citizenship that have lawsuit to get the Supreme Court to make a decision.
Thank you.
And the Unity Party should step aside and continue their policy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Let me take one more. Your name and where you calling from? Your name and where you calling from? Go ahead, Nelson.
Okay. So we take this person. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I'm James Smith, living in Duboro, Wadasa.
Okay, James, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my concern has to do with the inauguration.
Okay.
And I'm very happy for you guys that are in the studio there trying to make humanitarian effort to the Liberian people. And I also want to congratulate our incoming president. And everything will be nice, and we are waiting to celebrate. My name is Jim Smith. Stephen Johnson and myself work together, like, and be in the studio there. My brother name is Emmanuel Smith. He in America there. But,
Okay.
Yeah, suppose you can please give my number to Stephen Johnson, please. Just say one Jim Smith for the driver for you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me take one more. Your name and where you calling from, my friend?
My name is Emmanuel Mark, and I'm calling from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Talk to us, Emmanuel.
Yeah, CEO, thank you so much. I highly appreciate all you have done and continue to do for our country, and giving all the opportunity to know what is going on around in our country. I'm more concerned about our police, and especially with the case that you were talking about last man who is using other people to beat on other people. I think it is very important that this new government try her best, at least, to retrain our police. Because I believe one thing that is missing, most of our police, they do not know their own constitution. They do not at all. And so for that reason, anyone can come and say the resident, one of there is.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. We appreciate you. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
I'm calling from Baltimore, Maryland.
What's your name? You said, what's your name?
My name is Janet.
Talk to her, Miss Janet.
Yeah, Mr. Steiner, I thank you so much for everything you have done. I watch your show all the time, and I am so proud of you. I was in the election there, and I was in the street happy just for Mr. Burger, and I'm thank God for you. We need more of you guys like this, and I thank you so much. For next time, I want to talk to you on the private phone call, so I can tell you some of the things that I am doing in Liberia in terms of healthcare.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Miss Jeanette. Nelson, I'll take one more. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Hello?
Yes, sir. Your name and where you calling from?
Hello, Santa. Hello?
Hello, your name and where you calling from?
This is Chris. Hello? Oh.
So here's your problem. You got to listen through the phone. You cannot be calling and you're listening to the radio or your computer. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Hello, my name is Mustafa Surin, calling from Pennsylvania.
Mustafa Surin, talk to us.
Yeah. Hey, man, my contribution to the show today is about Stanton. Stanton, I like you. You're a good man and you love the country and you are a good man. Many people been praising you about what all you do for our country, Liberia. But here's my appeal to you. Hey, you and I live in America, you know. I am appealing on behalf of your employees, like Nelson Colette, Diamond Slanger. Please, I'm appealing for you to be addressing them as men instead of picking. They are men. They are not picking. We live in America here, you know. When my daughter turned 18 years old, is a woman.
So I'll take your advice very seriously. They are men. Say no more, Mustafa. I take your advice. I will even put Mr. to the name.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, all right, my brother. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, so you're not eating my money no more because you're men now. You're on your own. Okay? I'm a Latina. They better spoil your will. I'm a Latina. Be giving you and say you're my picking the mess. I'm going to say my picking. You're man, so you're going to Mustafa Sony to take care of you. I feel it on my own. Take us, Mr. Fuller. Mr. Fuller, please take us.
Let's take this person. Hello, you're live.
Serious. That's spoil your way.
Yeah, Nancy, how are you?
Yes, you're live. Go ahead. Let's hear you.
Okay, my name is Sonia. I call from Florida.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, my attention will be drawn to the CEO. We have not ended the bushmeat story. I think we have to take a day to go through this bushmeat issue. I monitor this show throughout my family. We watch this show on the TV throughout, and even the late night show. And my problem I have with Nelson is one of his panelists is very rude to the guest. He always insults guests. That's Josh. So, CEO, I hope you take note of it so that you can step into this and have this guy check in most of the time when the show is on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate it.
Is taking okay, let me squeeze the last one then.
All right.
Okay, hello. You're live. Let's hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead. You're live.
Yes, calling just. Hello?
Yeah, you are live. Go ahead. You are live.
Hi. I'm calling from Bergen County, New Jersey.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you're kind of bouncing off the wall. It just might discuss of the house. Looking at the house yesterday, it was so discouraging because I used to work at Temple of Justice, and my boss at that time, who was Johnny Lewis, used to send us over to the Capitol building. But looking at those people yesterday, it was so discouraging. Papers everywhere, they look so unkept, and it was just not the right representation of Liberia. I just couldn't pass the look of that room. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
I mean, she's right though. And thank you for joining us. We're going to take more calls. We got 4 more minutes, and within 4 minutes, we'll call Pastor Raymond from the Lutheran Church to give the benediction for the show tonight. So let's take your call. Your name and where you calling from?
Stanton, my name is Patrick Sollingwater. I'm calling from Minneapolis, precisely Minnesota.
What's up, Patrick? Talk to us.
Grateful, big brother. I mean, I've been following the show from the onset, and you guys are doing tremendously well. I'm the CEO of the Serious Relationship Association. It's a non-profit organization, and we told the wives to certificate you people for the job that you guys did during our election period. Stanton, I mean,
what's the organization? Hold on. What's the name of your organization again?
A Serious Relationship Association. Stanton, the word relationship is diversity. It's not centered around boyfriend and girlfriend.
No, I understand, brother. Give me a chance. I won't promote your organization, but I'm picking you. So, yeah, so I understand the Serious Relationship Organization geared towards what?
It is a philanthropic organization that believes in the welfare of its members. We have 4 cardinal functions. It's to unite and care for each other, to promote and elevate our members, to help less fortunate people, and to give back to our community and our country. That's why we told the wife to certificate the Spoon Athens National Election Commission and American Embassy for the role they played during the election period. So we have a tournament come Saturday at the BYC Spoke page. I think your people received the communication. Nelson is there. I think.
Oh, you're talking about in Liberia now?
Right. I'm the CEO.
How many members? How many members in your organization?
We are in 19 countries. We have 6,000 members approximately in Liberia.
How long since you guys came into being?
We've been in the being since December 21st, 2021. December 24th, 2021. Sorry.
Wow.
December 24th, 2021. Right.
And what's your name again?
Serious Relationship Association. SRA for short.
And what's your name?
My name is Patrick Sollingwater. I'm a former employee of the embassy on Lena and Greenfield, U.S. ambassador. I used to work for the Intercom Security. I left and I went at the General Auditing Commission.
So you are the president now of the organization?
Yes, I'm the CEO of the organization.
You're the CEO. Thank you, Patrick.
Right.
Patrick, say yes. Madam Titi will address the certificate issue, but I want to say thank you for joining Spoon tonight. Serious Relationship Organization. Association. I mean, you get speed by. You get speed by. I want to say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Stanton. Thank you so dearly, brother.
All right.
And remember, we are from the same place. We are Sanodians.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Folklore way.
Yeah, for inside throw.
Oh, look at that. Only one you know. Go for them, man. All right.
Okay, people, I will keep in touch. I'll call you.
Yes, sir. Bye-bye. Serious Relationship Association. I want to join that association. Hello, your name and where you calling from, please?
Yeah, my name is Gwankoi Doma. I'm calling from Pennsylvania.
Babwa.
Oh, come on.
Come on, man. Go ahead, man.
The man lost.
I want to thank you guys for the good work you're doing for Liberia. But since you guys are in the position to talk to those in power, I just want to give you this message. There are certain important things in the country that sometimes when you don't touch, I don't care what development you do, people always complain. People always be in search of that. Those are some of the necessities. They are water, light, and road. So those of you that are closer to this administration, please advise them. I don't care what development they intend to undertake in Liberia. Let them pay attention to electricity, water, and road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take one more from mine. And Nelson, if you get it, you can bring them on. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Amos Wisa. I'm calling from Minnesota.
Amos, talk to us.
Question. My advice is that most of the panelists are trying to say they shouldn't go to court. They're trying to bend the law now. But before they came to power, they were all like, everything should go. We should fix the system, fix the system. Why are you not fixing the system now? So
which panelist said don't go to court? They're going to court for what?
For the situation with the representatives, they are in court for election.
You talk about the dual citizenship case, right?
Yeah, the dual citizenship.
Well, you know, everybody to each their own. You know, I say it's the good thing to go to court. A lot of folks on the set, I think, Fagon saying, yeah, go to court and the court. I don't think we're against the court issue, but people are saying, let the court decide. And that's what we're asking for the sake of a bigger Liberia. So, where are you? You prefer the court system, right?
Yeah, I prefer the court system because if I want to run for president, I know whether if I want to be an elected minister, I want to know whatever position.
Correct, and that's exactly why we need the Supreme Court to decide. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you.
You're welcome, brother.
Yeah. All right, Nelson, go ahead now.
So I'll take this person from here.
Nelson,
Hello.
We run all the time though. That person should be your last call. Yeah.
Yeah. So, hello. Please go ahead. You are the last caller. Hello. You still here? Okay. So let's bring this person from here, since we Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Please go ahead. You are live.
Yeah. I want to thank his full Evans family very much for what all they are doing in this country. So we did not doing that. We feed our country now from school. Because we're in a hiding place, but now we getting to know the secret part of this country. So we want to be grateful to Mr. Waterspoon. Yeah, and moreover, again, I was talking about how representative are always are picking on people. He's not a only person that will do it. You were talking about the doctor in the studio that was talking about going to the police station. You can't go to the police station in a prayer with money, man. You go to the police station with money, man. Plug it for your ESL, your eyeball. You will put it in jail. You know that money, man. One of the main reason I call this share for you have money, man. They always talking to say you have money, man. Get drug case in a prayer. They happy to myself, yeah.
Thank you.
So when you right, you have money, man. Go to jail. You will put it in jail. They say you just go complete. You will die in that jail. You will die there, but they will not free you. You get money, you get money. way to be that in a Judah Baga for me. And why would you have this country will stay our few put our foot, they go there in a tag there, will stay there.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Okay.
All right, we want to say that's it, folks. I want to take one last caller right here who just been on this line. Your name and where you calling from? Hello?
Hello, Stanton.
Yeah, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, this is Chris Colley. I'm calling you from Minnesota, Brooklyn Park.
How's Brooklyn Park, my man? It's 6:54 in Brooklyn Park right now.
Yeah, it's crazy cool. Yeah, that's
All right, talk to us.
Yes, I want to thank you for this show, for the Spoon Network, man. You've been doing a wonderful job. Hello?
We can hear you, sir.
Yeah, you've been doing you are doing a wonderful job to inform the Liberian people and in Liberia and around the world. And I'll follow you religiously on this show.
Thank you.
My attention is drawn to South Foco. I think we need to talk to Fonati Kofa, who is the Speaker of the House of Representatives. And his South Foco comes from the CDC. So we need to talk to him so that he can control South Foco. This is not time for those kind of things. The time that you just take a group of men and put them behind you to intimidate others, it's not the right thing to do. It's not the right thing to do. And he's an honorable. He calls himself an honorable. Honorable people don't behave like that.
Thank you.
Some of the things that brought the CDC government down. We need to stop it. And I hope that you will take note of it.
Thank you very much, folks. We got to go. Nelson got to do his show, The Late Night Politics on Spoon with Nelson Kolai. A very beautiful show, a powerful show. We want to say to you, if you are off, got nothing to do, John Nelson and his panelists, team of panelists tonight, that you guys can have great program. I can't wait, Nelson. I will be watching Late Night Politics with Nelson Kolai on Spoon. A wonderful show. I think you guys are doing great. You got Moba, you got George Weeder, you got Sheck, you got what's his name? Give me some of your panelists' names.
Raymond Zizi, Emmy.
Emmy.
Yeah, Emmy. We have a lot of the guys. Alfred.
And I will say this, folks. Nelson, the guys that Johnny Nelson, they are sponsoring their own show. So the show becoming to be an independent part of Spoon. You hold them responsible for what they say. They got their own chat room. They draw their own program. I got nothing to do with it. But I appreciate if you reach out to me and try. Nelson, you taking me out? You feel me?
No.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's okay
all
now.
All through the network, you understand that these guys, they are bringing their own topics, inviting their own guests. If you want to be part of their show, just reach out to Nelson. You can be part of the show. Okay, if you want to contribute, whether you're from CDC, Unity Party, it's not one political party program. The Spoon Network is not one political party network. You can come from CDC, Unity Party, CPP, anywhere. Come and make your case. If you cannot join Spoon, join the Late Night Politics with Nelson Kolai on Spoon. That's the name of the show. They will be bringing up the flyer pretty soon. And these young men and women, they are powerful, they are argumentative, but they make the case. We hope they can be very, very disciplined. And, because we got to form a structure. But that's a powerful show. Join in tonight and every night, with that session of Sunday, right? You guys do only 6 days?
Yeah, 6 days.
Yeah. And, they're trying to run competition with us, but we're getting. They're trying to run competition with us. We get it. we will get there.
We can make 7 days. No. But at least we try in 6 days for now. We try in 6 days, and
Yeah, and here's the thing, you got to understand, they are trying. They want to. Nancy won't be like, James tried to be like me. He had love for me, but he just didn't make it.
you can see the love in your eyes.
Just love with a boy eye with a bushy hair, and then they're doing the same thing. They will not make it. They can't be that mean. Then you get Diamond coming in and say, "See you, I will not sleep. I will make it." I say, "Look at the pig. Let's say, guys, see you. I gotta go eat. You are hungry. Oh." Hey, you on the wall front, you're not hungry. But I'm going to call Pastor Raymond because we got to end this thing. Guess what, Nelson? They beat Pastor Raymond team yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah. They beat Pastor Raymond team yesterday. They beat his team, right? Till I called Pastor Raymond, he refused to answer the call.
Wow.
I had to call his wife 2 times. My wife called his wife. Then he came on the call. I said, "My man," he said, "My man, I'm watching the game." You watching the game, but he telling me the score. But he saying watching the game.
But you're angry at the same time.
They may have the love for the game, but they disgrace his team. They beat his team like there's no other team on earth. So to all the Eagles fans out there, I'm sorry, you can wait for next season. I got a team in the league, the Kansas City Chiefs. They are my team. I love that team, but they beat Pastor Raymond team, the Eagles, and that's it.
Wow.
They beat the Eagles. Yeah, they beat the Eagle by will. They beat the Eagle. Wow. I think why. Maybe he won't answer. Pastor Romo will not answer. Let's see. And you know that he won't answer because they beat the Eagles. So let's see what happened real quick. It's a 10 ring. Let's go ahead.
I think the pastor will answer tonight.
Can you turn the phone off in
the defeat?
The studio? Can you turn the phone off in the studio real quick?
Okay. Yeah.
I told you he's not answering. He's not answering, Nelson.
Wow.
The man is in a stage of confusion. He won't answer. He beat the Eagles. The boy is a diehard Eagles. He's a diehard Eagle fan, man. He was crying all last night. So he won't show face. But I want to say to you, somebody asked me about Anthony Williams. We'll talk about Anthony Williams tomorrow. Anthony Williams running against Buffalo Chimot again. Real quick, we're going to give you update on Anthony. Thank you for reminding me. The campaign starts tomorrow in Maryland, and the campaign will finish on the 23rd. And on the 25th of January will be election, just for that district. I want to say to every one of you, please. That's the message coming from Maryland. Is that Maryland, right? Maryland, right? Maryland. Yeah, Southern Kent District. Dr. Richardson, are you back? What's up?
Yes, I was busy today in and out of the show. So I just wanted to make a quick announcement. I thought Pastor Raymond was coming on.
No, Pastor Raymond's scared to beat his team like they beat the Pittsburgh Steelers. So all of them are afraid to come.
Yeah. So, I've been on this show for going 2 to 3 years, and a major event happened that I had to take former panelists to court. So I just asking all of you guys to keep, me in your prayers. It's going to be a difficult driving condition tomorrow going to court. So that's what I came back to just kind of let our viewers know why I was distracted and why I'm coming back to just ask for you guys to keep me guys in your prayers, because I didn't even know the law. You can't. I was going to be happy taking somebody to court in my state, but I'll be traveling to another state tomorrow to have the court go through the process. So I'll keep you guys posted what happened tomorrow.
You're going to court tomorrow?
Asking you to pray. That's it.
You're going to court tomorrow? Wow.
Yes.
Is camera allowed in the court?
I don't think so.
Well, wish you well.
Yeah.
We wait for the outcome. Let's hear.
Yeah. You know how the laws can be tricky. So, you never know.
I don't want you to talk about it because everything is on social media. But again, everybody's saying that they wish you well. You're going to court tomorrow, the 17th. Whosoever you see. When you leave from that, then
definitely. When I leave, then we can have a good discussion about it. In fact, you can interview me.
Oh, I'll interview once the lawyer says okay.
I'm asking Kola can interview me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson.
Right. Bye.
So, folks, as you hear it, surprisingly,
Richardson, a lot of people, so many people have been reaching out and asking about the guest that appeared regarding the Canada thing.
Yeah, but let's let them go. You know, ask that question.
You said about the what?
No, Nelson, don't ask that question.
Okay, my grandson, yeah, he busy getting to my AF4 already. I ain't talking to him. I told him I said about AF4. He said he AF4 already. And I talking about you.
We'll pray along with you, and we hope to get the feedback from the coach again. You know, everybody know what you're going to court for. There's certain thing you can say tonight, certain thing you cannot say. But once you say you're going to court, you just came to announce it. We say thank you, and we'll wait to hear back from your court process tomorrow.
Right. Okay. Bye-bye. Talk to you later, Nelson. I'll watch your show. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, Nelson, let me let you go because we try Pastor Rema, he didn't answer. So, yeah. It's what happened when they beat you and you got no place. They call Eagles again the next season. So we want to say thank you, folks. Thank you for joining us. Like always, may God bless you and may God keep you. And may God bless our dear country. Have a wonderful evening. Nelson, have a beautiful show. Good night.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Well, folks, that's how I would like to draw down the curtains on this edition of Spoon Talk. Thanks to all of you out there for following. Thanks to all of you who called in from the very start of the show, weighing in your thoughts on those different issues of concern. Thanks to you who sat by a radio just playing the listening role. We appreciate you. Thanks to all of you who have been very active in the comment section, making a contribution there. We appreciate you a whole lot. Yes. And thanks to our audience across the world. Those of you who have been following us online, we are always live on Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, and Super TV on Facebook. For YouTube, we are there. The handle is Spoon Talk Live. We appreciate if you can just go on YouTube, search Spoon Talk Live, and follow our YouTube handle. You can watch all of our previous shows there, and the live shows can also be watch there as well. You can be able to follow them on our YouTube handle. And thanks to all of you who have been following via the radio as well. We are always coming live to you on Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5 FM. That's for the Spoon Network. And other frequencies across the country that are always relaying this program. You have Punch 106.7, Gibi FM in Kakata, Margibi County. You have Trust FM in Bomi County, Trust FM, and then that's 88.9 in Bomi County. You have Premier FM 98.1 in Bon County, and you have Gibi FM 90.9 in Kakata, Margibi County. They are always relaying this program. We appreciate them. So till we come your way again, Spoon Talk will be back on your radio tomorrow. Until then, have a good night. I'm Nelson Colette, and bye-bye for now. Coming up shortly will be the late night show.
You want to get a news update, right up to Spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morocco to Spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to Spoon.